Welcome to LAWhammer! I can't help myself. I'm sorry, everyone. Right, so this week, it's obviously the end of good old Spooktober. And for those of you who've been following our most recent episodes, you'll be aware that there has been an arrival of somebody who has a name that for you Warhammer aficionados certainly means something a bit vampiric. Right, so, all of that aside, let's get ready by starting off with some XP. Now, we have got 2 episodes for our PCs to get XP for. One PC was missing last week, gallivanting off to climate's warm. Regardless, though, let's lay down the XP. Lochte! Climate's warm.
It's a microclimate.
So, first, our episode where we crept our way through the inner keep of Castle Wittgenstein until eventually, having seen quite a few horrors, we arrived down in the basement and then up towards meeting the good lady of the castle herself. We did very well there. Now, slightly GME here. You have got a result that involved how many defeat point losses so far in that one? You got one?
No, that was over 2 episodes though, right?
Yeah.
So
still,
we all
lost one in the castle.
You lost 1 in the keep. You lost one.
I'm saying
in
you're
the
doing
keep,
pretty well there.
Yeah, 3.
So I will. No, you've done pretty well. You're going to get 110 for that episode. Second one was how well we did with the whole magnet sitch. When a certain Sigmarite seer did a seer and saw back into the past and saw that things were perhaps not quite as black and white as history pretends. It wasn't a simple matter of back in the past. Good old Magnus knew exactly what to do and made all the right decisions. It was much more back in the past. Magnus had horrendous choices to make, many of which are publicly known, some of which might not be.
Secrets.
Secrets. There was also a poll for all of you out there to try and identify the Chaos Cultist. The question is, did you identify him correctly? Or her? Or him?
Or they?
So, the cultist that was identified by our poll was... our professor. The very same Julius who is about to arrive with a von Karstein moniker at the beginning of the episode about to come. The question is, were you correct? Now, you might be wondering, as you sit there watching, does it make a difference? The answer is absolutely, because whichever one you identify as the cultist was identified as the cultist in the past, which has direct ramifications for how that particular character responds, reacts, and develops, and whether their plan is chosen.
Boy.
The one that was actually the cultist, assuming that it wasn't him, may have got off with no repercussions and may have continued to act as a cultist behind the scenes, reinforcing their naughty cultist ways. So, did you get it right? I'm not going to tell you who it was, but you got it wrong. Dun, dun, dun. You got it really, really wrong.
It's not their fault. I'm such a compelling actor.
You're so innately distrustful.
Now they know how we feel. Now they know how we feel when we get everything wrong all the time.
So, having got it wrong, it does mean that the poor professor was hounded by accusations of being a cultist, and it does indeed change his character and the chap that you are going to be meeting today, our ambassador. And indeed, our cultist might not have got away, but most certainly was not identified until the worst could be done. So for that episode as a whole, that episode landed really well. Really pleased with how everybody got all their various points across. We got our characters really firmly put in place. That is 110 to everybody involved, Jaskiver.
Don't be adding that 110.
I didn't.
So, beyond the fact that you got it all wrong, yes?
I think I met a short-term goal.
I was about to move on to goals. Do we have any short-term goals that were met?
Yes, I wanted to get Greta back alive, and I've got her, and she's alive.
She is alive. You have her. Sold. 50.
Thank you much, Lee.
Anyone else? You didn't get that hug in, did you?
No, it didn't feel right.
No.
I'm not some
It's
XP.
Master!
I'm not
It's
some like to everyone
Master!
else, but yeah. I'm not some XP whore. I'm not just going to go and hug Lucas if it doesn't feel right.
Master!
These metagamers.
Yeah, get fucked, mate. I'll hug you when I want to. I had saved the bar challenge, but I don't think we
when
meant
you're
it.
sleeping.
They are
No,
alive, but
Yeah, we might get.
we have been
COS.
told they're alive. But yeah,
But are they? Anyone else?
Technically, the party have kind of caught Etelga. Because that was our party short term. Was Etelga
That
Oh,
is
yeah.
dead or
an
alive.
interesting one.
We've acquired her in as much as.
We know where she is. We know she's going
So-
nowhere.
Yeah.
The party has yet to secure that.
Okay.
So I'm really close on it, but giving you a half measure and then possibly giving you it completely next time might be better rather than the half measure. Yeah, I think that might be better, depending upon how it occurs today. I mean,
I'm just gonna add.
you might go freer, you might become best pals, you might sit down at a table with her and have yourself a good chinwag about, what's good and what's bad, the nature of good and evil, that kind of thing. Or alternatively, she may summon an ambassador and you may chat about ambassadorial stuff. Who knows how
Can
it will
I
occur?
get a new short-term goal to find out
You
the
can
name?
get short-term girl anytime you wish.
A short-term goal to
Sorry,
find
I
out
don't
the
know
name
why.
and the house of the elf whose way shard we found in this place.
That's a good one.
Oh.
Like it. Love it. Anyone else need a short-term goal? Or are we good? We're good. Okay, so that's experience. We will do, if you watched our Girls Gone Wild in Kemperbad, oh man, we're going to be doing all of our Kemperbad XPs as a oneer because we've got 2 episodes left to record for that where lads go and do some lads things.
Jump that way.
And Elric, who has decided he is neither a lad nor girl gone wild.
Whiz.
Go do his whiz thing. That does not sound good. He's going to be...
Paint the town yellow.
Oh man, I love our game.
Hashtag make Kemperbad great again.
Okay, so do we have anything else that we need to go? Yes, we do. We've got a couple of things. Number one is just a very quick call out to, if you are watching out there, please remember to hit the subscribe button. And if you're on YouTube watching this later, and even if you're watching it live right now, you should go over to YouTube and watch it again because, But if you're on YouTube watching it later, slam that like button. It makes all the difference to us. It's the best way to show your support for us. Okay, other than Patreon, but hey, let's not dive into that one. Right, so I think we're all good there. I'm going to end with one last thing. For all that is Spooktober, it's also Birthday-tober. We've been meaning to say this. I say we. I've been meaning to say this for the last 2 and a bit streams because 2 of us have had a birthday this month, and it is... One,
Happy birthday.
High
2.
initiative
Indeed.
birds.
So I'm going to very solemnly do a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Captain Onion Calf. Happy birthday to you. How many years? 1 year.
We don't have time for
2 years. I'm gonna run out of time.
I've got 3 hours.
So happy birthday to the pair of them. They are both awesome. We finally got round to doing that. So I think it's about time that we head into the episode itself. Episode number 20. We're at 20 already. Now, obviously, we've got a bunch of side episodes, a few more to record. So by the time, if you're watching this, say, a year down the line, you'll go, 20? I've already watched about 40. And that's true. There is about 40 episodes out there because of all of our side episodes as well. But officially, our episodes only count if we're all here. All 6 of us. They are the true episodes. And this is episode number 20. Morr. Resplendent in green. Over 200 years ago, war came not just to the Empire, but to the world. An incursion of chaos. Many said it was the end times. It was not the first time that the end times had come, nor the last. Perhaps an inappropriate moniker. 200 years later, and the end times apparently have come again. But as Leopold discovered almost 150 years ago, as the repercussions of the last incursion were laid out and the possibility of the next one was understood, some decisions were made, some of which were, well, many would consider them heretical. But then once wizards were considered the very essence of heresy, for they used nothing more than the essence of the ruinous powers. The daemon gods themselves empowered them, or so said the cult of Sigmar. Yet here we are, 200 years after their last incursion, and there are wizards everywhere. To this day, members of the cult of Sigmar still claim it shows that perhaps chaos may have won that day. What is right and what is wrong? What is heretical and what is not? A question that plagued Magnus the Pious 150 years ago, 200 years ago, and has been made manifest within the chamber that the PCs now find themselves in. Chamber. Large dining hall. The great hall of Castle Wittgenstein. And this great hall is well appointed. A long table. The party gathered around one end of it, along with Lady von Wittgenstein herself. And at the other end, a single lone figure, who 150 years ago was simply a professor of Null. A professor who, after the death of Magnus, was plagued with accusations and eventually went to ground. 150 years later, the professor is still alive and has just introduced himself as a von Karstein. Now, it's worth dropping a couple of pieces of information here to ensure that everybody knows what this means. Basic arrival at Temple of Sigmar means that the von Karstein name is known, because the vampire wars are something that are often preached about inside the temples. So that means Birdie knows fuck all about this. That means Yume surprisingly does, because she's been attending Sigmarite throngs since she first arrived from the pawn, back when she was still in single digits for her age. Everybody else is, oh no, von Karsteins are not a part of the lore that you have, Elric.
Warfare?
I'll retract. Von Karsteins are part of the lore that you have, Elric. So lore warfare will cover it. Lore theology will cover it. If you happen to have a lore warfare or a lore theology, I don't think you do. I'm pretty sure you'll have no idea who the Karsteins are.
Lore Empire, Lore Null.
Lore Empire will give it to you. Null to a degree as well, but history would be a better one. The Karstein name, indeed. The Karstein name is well known. Vampire wars that came from Sylvania. Centuries of warfare that was ended now centuries ago. There has been no major problems from Sylvania since the time of Magnus, in fact, before the time of Magnus. Indeed, many think that the threat is gone. There may be a standing example before you suggesting that that is not the case. Or he is just a von Karstein. It is a mortal name. Admittedly, one that was taken on, but we don't need to go into the details. So there's that. Let's detail the rest of the Great Hall. Once this hall was resplendent in Wittgenstein glory, but now it is full of ruined furniture, shattered bits of glass, raided
Don't point at
by
me.
some people potentially at this table.
You two over there. Trash goblins.
It's
I'm
also
good at I'm good at lockpicking. I did not break anything.
trash goblins.
Shiny.
Did like that one. And Leopold, who had been gripping tightly to the table and just snaps it. From everyone else's perspective, there is a definite sense of heat, then deep chill that comes from him. The closer you are to where he's sitting, and to make it easy, you're sitting close to him, you are opposite him on the other side of the table. But the closer you are, the more it radiates. Rime and ice collects about his eye sockets. Yes.
Does Holy Vision show anything else about it?
I'll get to that in a moment, because yes.
Okay.
Yes. Ice gathers around the edges of his eyes. His fist clenches, and blood, as he breaks through, from all the small shards of wood that have splintered into his hand, and his own nails as they dig in deep, begins to drip, then freeze on his hand. He doesn't notice this yet. You're too busy caught up with the whole vision of it. You were gone for hours. Hours have passed. And hours means that all of the emotions that you may or may not have been feeling are now hours ago emotions. You've got a whole host of new ones that have now settled upon your mind. Witnessing an entire vision like that and trying to make sense of where you are is most certainly an experience. You can respond to that however you wish.
Is confusion an emotion? Because that's what he's mostly feeling.
Yes. The Lady von Wittgenstein had hours ago now, been saying something along the lines of maybe someone in her family, cults and bad things and stuff. And she'd been looking for help, and she had summoned an ambassador. And the ambassador had just arrived, just as your vision is finished. The ambassador had just introduced himself. Julius von Karstein. Which gives you your starting point. I should like to start from the lowest initiative. Hey, Elric! Speedy Elric!
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your first and immediate response as you take all of that in?
Oh my god. So, for Elric, hours have not passed.
Wrong.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, he's still raging. Why are we talking to this?
Okay, so he's got things he wants to say. What's your initial response?
Did you cover her holy vision?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, let's give you a holy vision. Yeah, good point. Thanks. Holy vision. He radiates a crystalline halo around his head and around his wrists, wrapped round in sparkling white flat fiery light. It flickers, it crackles, and his eyes, or at least where his eyes should be, glow. They glow,
Okay.
and you can hear the roar of flames, the roar of animals prowling. That's coming from across the table. Lovely. How are we reacting?
If we were all like starting to sit down, she will.
Oh, you've been sitting down for a while chatting. Yeah.
She'll like almost like push back away from.
I think that's fair. So you're responding like so, Gerhardt.
Yeah, all right. So
Yeah, all right. How are we responding?
so it's quite a tricky situation. I think.
You've only got yourself to blame.
Carry on.
I'm going to try and play it relatively cool in this one. So I'm just going to sip. I presume you got wine. It is wine as well,
Yes.
Have a drink, my friend.
Yeah. Take a drink. Yeah. That's why
It's definitely
reach
wine.
out.
Yeah. I'm going to cover a little bit of, everything that's just happened.
I
with the
think it's
swig.
fair to say that you might be less cool than you prefer. You can do a cool test. Hey, how is Leopold responding to all of that?
I mean, as I say, primarily with confusion.
Considerably.
Obviously, he has transitioned from seeing things, actually seeing things in the vision, to back to being blind and just having his,
Yep.
for want of a better term, Sigmar sense.
Sigmar.
But
TM.
does he know that this Julius is that Julius?
Yeah, they look identical.
Yep, that's what my point is. He can't see this one.
Good point.
Yeah.
No heartbeat.
I mean, that
Oh, this is
confirms what was penciled in before.
But the other
No
dude
heartbeat.
had a heartbeat.
No heartbeat. Similar size. He
You can recognize the voice.
is almost invisible to you.
Yeah.
So does he? He's not certain, but I think he can make the 2s and 2s. After all, he has just received a vision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That feels right.
It does.
So he'll. I was gonna say like stare, except he wouldn't stare.
It's
He'd
just
like
his head
pivot his
tilts.
ear and put his hand up, like almost showing his splintery
hand,
stigmata.
frozen blood all over.
Showing blood to the vampire.
Okay.
Probably a mistake,
Oh
but that's
my
probably
God.
what he would
He
do.
raises up, and his hand has got a fiery mark laid upon it. Blood frozen in a fiery flame in the center of his palm. Kath! Okay, Birdie, so
Nowhere
aside
near him.
the good father, how does she respond to all of this?
Well, she already had a lot on her plate
She
before
did.
any of this happened.
Someone ate your food.
I think she lets out a very heavy sigh. And no, more so.
Lovely! That'll do for me. And finally, Alamina Elf.
How close is Alamina wife to Leopold?
Yeah, about that close, because that makes it super easy.
So as soon as she comes to herself, she will, because she's the quickest, she will jump up and go to him as though she's checking he's okay because he's hurt himself.
Yeah.
And she'll whisper in his ear, "I know why you lost your eyes." then
Ooh, sinister! Love it!
And then she'll say,
No.
she won't. No.
So, anger is rising. You're backing off. Were we cool?
Very uncool. I choke on my wine.
His hand shakingly lifts up so wine splashes about as he puts it
Dribbles
down.
a bit here as well.
Back it up. So,
Good wine.
Keep mind. Alamenowith and the father close by. He's looking bewildered, confused, shocked as his hand is sitting up, and
Yeah,
you
she's
can't
just like
help but
holding
see.
him to help him.
Sitting
stay
on his
standing.
palm, there's a flame. It's a flame of frozen bits of wood, blood, and torn flesh. Because if anyone's going to go through, apparently it's you.
Is there a picture of the Order of the Silver Flame, and does it look like that?
You are unaware,
Never
sadly,
not on
but
his
you are.
book or anything?
No, it isn't,
No.
sadly. But you do know that he's a member of that
Yeah.
order, so it's not a great leap to make.
Has his whole vibe calmed down? Like he's
Um,
not shining anymore, or is it
It's calming.
okay? Cool.
Calming is not calm.
And are Greta and is it just Greta here, or is Lucas here?
Greta's here. I think Lucas came as well.
Lucas
Did he
is
not?
here.
Lucas
So
is
yeah,
here.
Lucas will be over on their side. Greta will be
Are
beside
they
yourself.
reacting?
Lucas.
Same, Lucas. Same.
Lucas
Yeah,
gets
I'm
kidnapped.
with you. Off the side, Greta.
never get that hug.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you can do it. Do a cool test.
55, so it's either a crit or a fumble.
Ooh.
Definitely a crit.
It's Greta. It's going to be a crit.
Oh, it's close. 57, it's a crit.
Oh! Yeah, she's cool as a cucumber.
lower
She lifts
cool
up her
than
goblet and she drinks her wine cleanly. She
comes
and
across
walks
as
it down,
cool.
doing
Yeah.
exactly what
Yeah.
apparently
Shit like this happens to her all the time in the Tammenschloss.
all the time in the Tammenschloss.
Bullshit.
So, let's return to the table. The lady von Wittgenstein leans back into her chair, her eyes widening with a certain amount of shock, looking over at the broken table, looking over at your hand, which is pointed over in the opposite direction, looking back to it, looking around at everyone else. On the opposite side of the table, he is apparently oblivious to this. As he says, "This is just a waste of time. Why are we doing this?" And she, almost as if a spell is broken, looks over towards him. If anyone else is speaking up, now's perhaps the time to do it. Or are you just going to let them ramble on? Give you an opportunity?
No.
We both need to do it at once.
I think we're going to say completely opposite things.
It is not a waste of time. We wish to hear what you have to say, Professor.
This is a complete waste of time. Why are we wasting with this. We've seen what's just happened.
Sigma moves
We are not
through
going to
him.
support evil.
Then
I am not going to support evil.
He's just looking over the vampire. Is just looking over towards her and puts his hand out. See?
evil is actions. Let them explain why we are here.
Tentacle monster.
They're clearly cultists. Let's just be done with them. Let's see this one's hand. He says, pointing at him. Let's see this one's hand, Lady Wittgenstein. Let's be done with this. They're thieves, burglars, and murderers. He says,
Fair cop.
and clearly sent here by their masters for whatever scheme that they have. Let's be done with them. Put them in, slap them in the pit. It's where they deserve to be. They came with Sigri! He says, I will not have a crimson cultist! I will not have a crimson cultist. Darken these doors again. It's either that or you and I are done, milady.
We're no cultists, Professor. Take a seat.
So he looks at you. Oh, really? Are you in the cult of Sigma by any chance? He says, well, are you?
Well, yes.
Oh, well, there we go.
I'm not in any of
He
your
looks
dark
back at the
cults,
lady.
Gerhardt will stand up, and I'm going to do my best courtly bow. Right?
Dribbling with wine.
Yeah,
Like it.
That's been dabbed. One
Okay.
of the many handkerchiefs. is
Okay, you can
dabbed
take
it
yourself
out.
your second cool test. Let's see how well we move into it. It is your time to shine. Lord Young Freud?
My thing with this is I'm looking at etiquette nobles here.
That
'Cause-
allows you to pass off as the noble that you are.
Right.
If you didn't, you would bow like, an
You
idiot.
get +1 on charm or gossip.
Do I?
Yeah. With nobles.
Yeah, but this isn't charm. This is cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Do yourself
Just
a
be cool.
So I just got to be cool. I'm cool. One success.
Much better. Get to your feet.
Yep.
As she turns to look over towards you, as he is just looking at her.
Professor, if I may, and you may know...
And a slight smile spreads across his face. Professor,
Yes.
I've not been called that for a very long time.
Oh,
What gives
must
you the
have been
right to say such a thing?
a slip of the tongue, I imagine, because...
I said it like
well,
10
I've been
seconds.
I've been around sort of scholars, and I can recognise the gait and the you see it on people.
Just tell him the truth. We saw a vision
We
of
saw
your
everything.
past.
All that.
What?
He looks at you. But this is not. Let's just be done with this.
Joros
He says
is my
directly to her.
master. I am no cultist.
We know the hard decisions that Magnus had to make.
You guys had a vision without me?
Nice.
As the lady von Wittgenstein looks around at the table and says, see, I told you, there was no point in just removing them. There was something about them, and I thought it was worthwhile. We have business to do. Let's just do the business. No, she says. They may have broken hospitality, but I will not lower myself to their standard. She says, this is my home. And he, yes, it is. So, sit down, if you would, Ambassador. Sure! Yes, let's do that. He says, no, let's just sit down and talk with these people. I mean, this never goes wrong.
As a point
And
of...
shut up!
All right.
Never goes wrong. This is on your head. This is on your head. Yes, she says. Well, I like to do things differently to my grandfather. Yes, clearly. That's probably for the best, given everything. Pulls his arms. Pulls out, with a scrape, a chair. Sits down in it, quite heavily. Moves his feet around. Scrunches himself into it. As she just looks at him like he's a petulant child. But he goes, I'm sitting. Let's be done with it then. And she says, I do believe we were discussing a point, and I should like to hear your personal position on this. Oh, position on what?
I'm against it.
So you are against it. Against what exactly?
Everything that this place is doing. It's not right. And if you
And
think
what is
we're
this
part
place
of
doing?
this crimson...
What is this place doing?
Abominations. What's that pit full of? Bodies, tentacles,
Yes.
zombies.
Zombies.
Well, stitched together men who are not alive. A man who has been drawn piece by piece and kept alive by Gyron. That's not right.
Gee. Ah, Sigrid's husband. Yes. Yes. What do you do to cultists, may I ask?
Kill them.
Right. And what does that teach you?
That they're evil and
And
they
what if
die.
you're wrong?
Then I'm wrong.
Huh. See? He says that. Shh. Does anyone else have anything that they wish to say?
Is this the continuation of the work that Pilbury started?
He burrows his eyebrows down into his eyes as he looks at you and says,
You know, Pilbury, the
Where
little
did
fat
this
guy
come
who likes
from?
his chicken legs.
where does this come from?
The vision that we just had of your conversation with Magnus in the small chamber, the locked one.
You ever heard of the Sigmarian heresy? Bloody clear you haven't.
I've heard of the Storm of Shemtek, though.
Isn't this Sigmarian heresy? Can I just?
You don't know.
I thought we did find that out last. No, you just mentioned it. You didn't
was
confirm what
mentioned,
it was. I am firmly of the belief that what needs to be done to stop the Dark Gods needs to be done. And you have a writ, do you not, Lady Wittgenstein,
She looks
with
at
the
you
silver seal?
and she smiles. Yes,
And
I do.
did our Emperor not receive a letter from Magnus himself telling him to legalize mutants?
No. She says. He did not.
Then why did he do it?
That is a very interesting question, my lady. It was not something he chose to divulge. Greta frowns. But you said, actually, quite the opposite. Yes, I did. I wanted to see what your position was. Right. She says. As he sits there and says, yes, position. So, which one of you's a cultist? Hand? Come on then.
No. Yeah.
Come on. Hand.
Show him your hand.
I-
but,
I'm
Sure.
going to.
well, of
All right,
course.
patience. There's things
Because-
that need to be done in a certain way.
Because he was attacked by cultists. We hunt cultists. It has nothing to do with the nature of his soul.
It's what brought us here.
No, I understand. I will be explaining said pieces as part of this. Right?
He's also got a maggot in him.
Oh, Elrin.
Nobody's seen that. I don't know what you're
I've
talking
seen
about.
it.
All right. Fine. I am going to show you this. I pull off the hand. Now, I've had two gloves. Sorry. I've had two issues with this hand based on culty activities, haven't I? Has the circle thing gone?
We'll find out.
Well, sure. I've looked at my hand since, obviously. Right?
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay, good. Okay, there you are.
He looks at it. See. He's a purple hand cultist.
No, he is not.
he's
It's
not.
a little bit obvious to
He is-
have it like that.
I mean,
Wait,
could
Professor.
be.
Look, listen.
This
Can I
one
do-
is,
can I do
this one carries the mark of the gods within him. I can feel it.
Can I do a...
I can feel it. He's lost. His soul is already slipping away.
Nothing is so lost it cannot be found.
Oh, the bloody elves.
Tell me about it. Can I do a quick check?
My
in
lady,
the-
let's just be done with them. Throw them in the pit. Like the rest of the cultists.
You are not a cultist, tell him.
No, I know. I just want to say...
know.
So can I do a quick check to see if I know of his situation in terms of being accused as a...
You do not.
We do not.
But if I do a roly-poly...
No, the roly-poly is going to provide you with nothing. This is
Tell him.
not information
Say the
that is
My little
publicly
dice.
known or even not publicly known. Roly-poly dice. Sadly, no.
Okay, all right.
Wait, can we go back? Sigrid was a cultist. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yes, that is what he has said.
Was she
And
not
also his
holy?
husband.
He was.
Well, it used to be.
You said she was holy.
No, there's no way, says Marguerite, to fake that.
Well, we know now that there is.
What?
Well, unless,
It is easily done with Heish.
Mm-hmm.
unless they're
Yeah.
faking it.
Okay, I feel like I'm missing a lot of information right now.
She smiles. Your point stands. Look, I told you that they were here. I took you down from your bloody laboratory to be done with them, not to go and talk to them in the cellar and bring them up for tea. He says, we've got business we have to conduct. Yes, we do. But that doesn't change the fact that when I encountered them, I was intrigued. They looted your throne room! It's not a throne room, it's my great hall, she says. And yes, they were perhaps a little rude, she says. But that doesn't matter as to the nature of what's going on here. Cultist, clearly. You can sense it yourself. I do indeed sense it.
Did he just point at me?
No,
No,
he pointed
point at
at
me.
girl.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you should shower more often.
He is not a cultist.
Could you explain the reasoning why? Bar this feeling that you have, and also Miss Carstein, if you'd be so kind. Lady Carstein, I do apologize. No, that's not you. Wittgenstein. Too many people.
Great hammer.
Oh, we need to get this properly named. I need an emoji for a Gerhardt going, name wrong!
It's so. I'm actually trying now. Fuck. What do you mean? You say you can feel something.
Come on, let's just be done with this.
Because I don't feel anything.
His soul is not lost.
Well,
Your soul is not lost.
thank you, but if I find out why, we can. Well,
Because he senses your soul is close to being lost. You
Oh,
walk the
interesting.
path of corruption, presumably, but it is not lost yet, and anyone can choose to turn back.
Marguerite smiles. Spoken like an elf, but he's not one.
So,
He is not one.
it doesn't matter.
It does.
It does not.
It
He can still come back.
does. She says, there is no coming back. None. When your soul is lost, it is lost.
But it is not lost yet.
And this one, he says, this one has clearly made some deal with the gods. You can see it in him.
I'm an oracle of Sigmar.
She says,
So, yeah.
I am intrigued as to what happened to your shadow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. it was consumed.
She says, there, he has given away the most important component of his soul.
this fella's very clearly a vampire, right? I don't know how like.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
All right, no, that's fine. That's a better reasoning for my argument in the first
Yeah.
place. Professor, I'm dreadfully sorry. I just want to point these things out because there's something very sort of not really approached in this conversation. If we were to say meet in a general sort of environment in the Empire and any other place, you would be considered naturally evil, or an abomination, or something to be put down. You know, say if we were in the centre of Altdorf, there would be a problem, correct?
And from the other side of you, Lady von Wittgenstein, who says, I can't decide what's the most ironic about this concerning leaping to conclusions and making judgments. And looks at him, Professor. He sits back. Well, make your decisions then. It's your home. But I am not happy. Well, fortunately, your happiness means very little to me, Ambassador. She says, you have an opportunity to explain yourself, my lord. To explain why you are not what he believes you are.
Oh, this. Well, I mean...
Would you like me to make it clear so you know what you need to say?
Yes, please, that would be ideal.
Says, he is of the opinion that you are all cultists.
Right.
All the dark gods. Consider this entire castle honey. That is particularly attractive to people of the type that you think you're not.
Interesting. Okay, well...
It attracts them.
Because it's evil.
And we capture them. And we learn about them.
So, everything we've seen is theoretically pulled from a cultist or part of a cult thing. Sorry, I apologise. That was
There
not
is
the
not
question.
a man on my land that is not a cultist. Not one.
Looks at Lucas.
We are not.
I'm not a cultist.
Well, so you claim.
Do you know what?
Are you a cultist?
Wait,
She said, man,
if they...
you're safe.
Well, then maybe you can
He is a
help us.
vampire, so I don't think that counts.
She says, I am finding this increasingly unlikely.
We're hunting down a cult of the ruinous powers.
Do not think that I will be convinced that a cultist hunting a cultist is not strange. Many of those who come here are nothing more than that.
We are not that.
We're specifically hunting the people that did that to him.
Yes,
His
so...
doppelganger. They mistook him for Castle Liberon.
And I
they-
did, unfortunately, shout something in your courtyard that you may have heard or may not have heard, which was a bit of a sort of misdirect or something
He's
on those
saying
lines.
now, his smile slowly growing.
Yes, yes.
We've got proof. We've got the letters that you found.
Yes, I just can't fucking
Got
find
the
them in
Atelka.
my notes.
He smiles.
Nope.
I'm interested to hear this one. Says, please,
Nope.
please,
One second.
Ambassador.
What are you looking for?
Just a letter.
Do you want the Middenheim letter?
That's the Temperbad letter.
Maybe, it might be right. I don't really know. Look, listen, ultimately, here's the thing, and realistically, we have to talk about what your judgment is in your land and all of this. This, and you can choose to take this as you wish or not, this is part of an influence that has been put upon myself through our exploits and trials and tribulations, and we are here for a woman who I believe is in your dungeon. In fact, I know she is, because we've seen her.
Yes, I also am aware, she says, that you released some of the worst chaos cultists that the Empire has ever seen
I don't know about
from
that.
my dungeon.
Oh, right, well, that was a problem. That
A
seems...
particular halfling. He drinks the blood of those who believes are blessed by the gods. He consumes them and eats them.
Okay, more... Yeah. Looking
And
at
he
that.
is now free somewhere in my castle because of your actions.
Could have been dead, then he wouldn't be free.
No. To kill him is to learn nothing.
It's to rid the world of
Ignorance
evil.
is why we will lose. If you choose to be ignorant and benighted, that is your choice.
We will lose because we use the ways
I
of
am
the
charged by the Emperor to learn this. Because you are too foolish and simple to understand it, you will be silent.
No.
Will protest?
No.
Cool test, actually.
Cool test. Cool. 5 successes.
12.
No.
I'm still pretty cool.
And silent. Not magic. As... Yeah.
Being oppressed.
I thought you were going to start writing an angry note.
I agree with you. Some of us agree with you.
Your agreement means nothing to me. I am much more concerned as to what you represent.
Right
Do
now...
not think you are the first to come here and claim that you are holy. Sigmarian heresy, he says. Exactly. Yes, well. Exactly. She says. But I have been wrong in the past. My father, he has taught me that these mistakes need to be addressed. My grandfather, he didn't just make errors, he made many of them, and I do not wish to be him. So I am giving you an opportunity to convince me that you are not cultists, as I believe you are. Or at least, as the good ambassador believes you are.
Well, we have told you. What do you wish as proof?
This is a player question.
Yes.
My wooden sword, does it cut normal people flesh as well as it cuts like demon flesh, or
Not as well as it cuts demon flesh. Ooh.
Ghosts.
Scary
It's a
ghost.
sign! Not as well as it cuts demon flesh, no.
does it feel like proof?
It
Maybe.
certainly feels like something. It is not a normal blade.
Sorry, thank you.
It's fine. Don't worry about that.
It's fine. It's the fox coming to bite me in the ass.
You
No,
wish.
the fox.
Yes, the ghost fox.
It is my raison d'etre, my reason to be, to fight against the ruinous powers. I am no cultist. I am a follower of Ladriel. I walk in her shadow, but my soul does not belong to her.
Says Karstein. Karstein says, this one is sired by demons. This one is fallen. This one has demonic blood within her. I can sense it singing. And this one, I see nothing. And there is only one way to do that, and you know.
Yes, to follow Ladriel. To walk amongst mortals, to fight the ruinous powers.
As she says, I don't know what that is, do you? No, clearly elf.
It is not elf nonsense. How does he see visions? It is because a god...
Because of his father! He who claims to be Sigmar!
Sigmar is Ladriel.
Sigmar is not Ladriel! Sigmar is a demon! Yes, this is a theory. 'Tis no theory!
It is a theory.
I have proof! That does not mean it is not a theory. He says, proof makes it not a theory. It is an absolute fact.
I have proof. You
Of
show
what?
that Sigmar is Ladriel.
Just like
I can tell you how he gets his visions. It is because a god in the aether chooses to put those in the etheric part of his mind. That's why he cannot see, because the gods have been hidden away, locked away from touching this earth. And if he were to have eyes, it would shake the walls of reality. That is why he has visions. You are just trying to be an elf, but not understanding it yet, sir.
Oh, gosh.
As she looks over and says, does that add up? It might. He says, well, it might, but I'm quite convinced my theory's better. He says. And she says, well, that is the notion of theories, is it not? Until they are certain. No, you don't understand how theories work.
No, she is right. That is how theories work. You propose a hypothesis and then you prove it. So right now, actually, realistically, both of you are just providing a hypothesis that we are cultists, right? And until you have legitimate proof, bar this, which at this moment in time is just two people saying a different thing, no proof, that is just position, that is not proof. Until that comes into existence, then surely you cannot charge us with what you say. Scholar, baby.
He looks at you and he says, I can charge you with whatever I want. He says, and that hand does a far better job than anything I say.
So do those teeth.
Says, what do they prove?
Well,
Yes.
in my opinion, in looking at those,
Yes.
you would be considered evil, turned, somebody
Really?
not to be trusted.
So you're saying
What
that,
does this tell you?
there are no examples of vampires that have been accepted by Imperial society?
I don't fucking know.
The
is
answer
there?
is yes.
Yeah, of course there bloody is. That's
But
annoying.
very few, as in you're only aware of one, because she saved the current Emperor's life.
Right.
oddly they fought chaos, right? Vampires.
They did not fight.
Did they not?
Oh no, you got Lord Warfare?
Yeah.
I
Oh, this
understand.
is just player rather than Elric.
Then I'm not answering.
All right. If that is the case, can I do a law warfare check? See if I know that?
Lord Warfare, for what?
I don't fucking know. This is the thing. I don't know the things to know about the fighting, and if that was the thing, if they got involved with.
No, they did not involve themselves with that. There'd be nothing you could pull from that. You do a Lord Warfare check if you wish.
Just if
But
there's
what if
anything
they
that
look
will help
like-
me.
He knows that they're not aligned with chaos.
7
the
successes.
vampires,
7
right?
successes.
Yeah.
They went to war with the Empire a freaking lot and tried to take control. But interestingly, it is worth noting, they tried to take control. They wanted to rule it. I mean, it's an interesting point.
Yeah, it doesn't really help my argument.
No.
All right. Well, look. Right now, we're once again, just casting insults at each other. Realistically, I say that you're evil. You say that you're not. You say I'm evil. Or I say I'm not. So we're stuck. Impasse. Once again.
You
What?
sense it, don't you? She says, yes, I do. Looks at him. It's not certain. Oh, it's as good as certain.
Put my glove back on. Subtly give him the fingers.
Fingers of Sigmar.
It is not certain. He will not fall.
She looks at you. And how can you be so certain he hasn't already?
Actually, I do have to agree with that statement, because you probably would not know if you did.
She looks at you. Come, I'm interested in your reply.
I mean, you're one of the worst liars I've ever met, girl.
And we
If you
do
fall, I think you
accidentally see you naked a lot more than we should.
Yeah.
You walk into my room. You just all walk into my rooms. You've
I
never
don't
just.
have a way to know if a human's fallen,
He
right?
doesn't need a
No.
tattoo if he's got a purple bloody hand.
It is quite bloody.
But he does have a spiritual advisor who's supposed to keep him safe.
Because he
All right,
tells
can
me
Eric
he has
talk?
not.
No, he can't.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah, shit.
So he goes, but the frustration can then rise. You can do other things other than, you can gesticulate
I think
wildly.
the tattoos might be flaring up a bit.
Yeah.
The candles are flickering.
I cannot know enough another. I know I have not fallen myself, and I know that even if he has fallen, I will use him to stop the ruinous powers. That is my path.
What about?
Just as your path is to use those who have fallen to the ruinous powers to get information.
Who are you saying that to?
To Lady One.
Okay, good. Just making sure I've got the right
You are
character in
right.
response.
I concede your point, madam.
I have. It might help. I don't know. It might help.
Yes.
Um,
What do you have to add?
Well, it depends on your knowledge of elf physiology, realistically. So, are you aware that elves can, well, I guess see the soul? I don't really know exactly how it works, but of those who they
Okay.
taste, would that work?
It might.
What exactly are you looking for?
See if he's, lost, fallen.
How would you see that?
It would be gross when I drank its blood.
Well, you could try, but you don't know that either.
Did you not lick us all?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
but
need
I
to
know
know
that
that-
I can sense their souls.
You can
Through
sense,
their blood.
You
Yeah.
can sense, but
Yeah, I don't know if it would do anything.
I think that's the answer.
I do not know if that would tell me anything.
Right, well, you could have, for one time, you could have just lied and said that is the case.
That's cultist behavior.
Ah,
But it is no use. I do not think you have fallen.
well, no, I appreciate that.
Tell her about your mission. Tell her about what started us on this path.
Yeah.
About
I do not want to.
him. You can at least you can tell them about him.
Karstein rolls his eyes. Can't we just be done with this? Put her in the pit and be done with it. She says, I am not convinced that there is not a glimmer of truth in what they're saying. I will not simply cast them into the pit, and please do not mention it again. You are my guest, Ambassador, but I will not put up with rudeness to my other guests. They burgled your hall! Yes, I am aware of their failings. And as I said, I will not lower myself to their actions. So you have no way of determining this. And how am I supposed to know that you are not his most fervent supporter?
Because I am telling you.
We
I
have
am not.
had many here who claim they are not, and indeed they were.
And
Many who were chasing other cultists, and indeed.
have you had any who claim not to be, who turned out not to be?
Personally, no.
Yes, okay, so...
So
when-
you've.
Yeah, you say what you
We're
say,
fucked.
don't you?
It's
Yeah.
like. So what proof would you require?
Well, I've yet to determine what would work. We've had no one yet able to provide it because they were in fact cultists.
How do you, out of curiosity, how do you get that confession?
Well, how?
We don't need to. The pit does it.
Ah, okay.
Any elves?
No,
Yeah,
right, no,
going in
no,
the pit.
No, let's- okay, so explain that. Tell us about the pit.
You want us to go into the pit
I
to
don't
prove we are
really-
pure of soul?
Well, no, I think she only wants...
That is the issue. It will kill you if you are. And it is what I am attempting to avoid. My grandfather cared little for this. He just threw everybody in.
So kill us if we are...
And you are absolved if you are
Right.
fallen.
But it would... So if we
It-
are cultists...
It is exactly as I said.
It will kill us. If we're
Bloody
not...
Sigrid's down there right now.
If we're not cultists...
Joining in with the chorus.
Shut up!
He says, oh, really?
Yes. I need to find this out. You're just blathering on. It's annoying. I'll use blather. I blather him.
If you want to just carry on speaking like
Yes.
an idiot.
Yeah. Well, is it
No,
like an
don't.
idiot? Oh, it's not like an idiot. Just fucking talk over him.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you have to keep talking, and he is socially stunned as long as you keep talking.
For God's sake.
That does
You'll
mean
get the talent one day.
really
that does mean the rest of us could quietly talk to Lady Wittgenstein without him interrupting. But
Right. Good. Well, good spiritual advisory.
But
If I refer you to the lexicon of the subsection B of the
Yourself.
colleges.
Charm test.
Come on, baby. Okay, can I also use etiquette scholars to boost this as well?
Well, you've got anything
yeah,
nobles
out
as
of
well.
scholars and
And
nobles, they should
nobles?
both apply.
Scobles?
+2.
You clearly haven't read the talents that are in
They
your
don't
talent
stack.
document. They don't have a charm part to it.
Can't
anymore.
read.
No.
Can't read.
So no, you don't get the benefit from that.
Fuck, that's annoying. Okay.
But it does mean that you can pull yourself off as a scholar.
Sounds great.
Crazy.
Dude.
He pulls himself off as a scholar everywhere.
So 4 successes on the blather anyway.
Those young
It's
scholars.
real sticky.
That's why he wears the glove. Feels nice.
As Lady
Terrible.
von Wittgenstein closes her eyes and opens them again, says, "I will have silence at my table, please, my lord. And that includes you, Lord Ambassador." Thank you. Perhaps you could explain how your soul was consumed. She says, looking at you.
I was just checking the talents like you told me to. Well, we are, as we've already said, in pursuit of Cultus of the Ruinous Powers. We were chasing this Atelka Hertzin in order to catch her and hopefully kill her. That was our plan. And along that way, we ended up at the Demon's Bowl, which I guess would be the place where the honey in this honey trap came from.
She smiles. Yes, it is.
And while there, we found the souls of those that Atelka Hertzin had betrayed and killed. Is that right?
Her grandfather.
No.
Her grandfather.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
so
happily
it's-
thank you. Yeah.
The souls that were left trapped there when your grandfather ensured that,
when he murdered them.
yes, to ensure that there were no witnesses. The souls had hung around there in torment ever since. And I helped those souls move on to the realm of Morr, but in the process, I got trapped somewhere. And
As the Cars team who's in says, "Where? What did you see?"
it was... time was all wrong. Like, everything was happening all at once, going on forever, but happening in an instant. I was inside the circle of the stones, and the stones were clear. But when I went out, everything was misty, unclear. I couldn't. So back inside the circle, there were voices of the entities there, and there was no other way for me to get back other than to allow them to consume some part of me.
She says, "That makes no sense to me. How about you, Ambassador?" No, I have heard talk.
Do you know where I was?
I think I probably do, assuming you're telling the truth. He says, "Please explain, Ambassador. We don't have time for lessons." He says, "Whose house is this?" He says, "Yes, but I'm not charged to be your governess."
But you were a professor.
Look, put simply, our soul is made of several component parts, and each component part resides within one aspect of reality. Humanity have a corpus, a body, the material aspect of who they are. That is a part of their soul. When you die, the parts of the souls fragment. The body dies. The soul that lies in the beyond, the realm of the gods, the aether, separates. The part of us that lives in the realm of the gods, that is commonly called your soul. Your etheric reflection, perhaps. But that is what allows you to be contacted by the worst that lies beyond. And I actually appreciate the theory from... Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Alamenowithe Shadowvale of House Ionarion.
Lady Shadowvale. Lady Shadowvale's theory concerning the eyes, I actually like that. Because then you would be left with your etheric sight only. Because each part of your soul has senses. Has actual senses. You can train your soul to see, to feel, to touch. It's what wizards do. They manipulate the winds of magic using their etheric sense rather than the physical sense. But as humanity are physical beings, they often use the physicality to add extra emphasis to what they are mentally doing. And you would remove your physical sense to allow your etheric sense to see more clearly. But most importantly, for the gods themselves correctly cannot come to the material plane. Cannot. It would give them a clearer access. I actually think she has a very good point. You're changing your position. No, does not mean just because they've got something right that they are not trying to hoodwink you. Hoodwink. And she nods. Yes, well, your point is made. Continue. Well, so there are several parts of the soul, and each part of the soul resides in a different place. The material part here. The etheric part beyond your soul. And that can be predated upon by the very worst that lies beyond. Most of us, our souls are tiny, like this tiniest prickling of light. If we were to make it an equivalent on this side, it would be like the smallest mote that composed of this particular coin. The smallest mote, and that is all that can be seen on the other side. You are effectively unseeable. That which lies beyond is blind to you, but some have powerful souls. And they can be possessed. Because there is space for the entities that lie beyond to move in, so they are trained. Trained, hopefully, to protect themselves from this. But their souls are large. Consider them as large as a chair or a table. It says. Some have enormous souls, so bright, so extraordinary that it attracts etheric entities, demons.
Who's he pointing at?
You. All elves are attractive to what lies beyond, and they will consume them, but one of the ruinous powers has marked them out, so none touch them except for that one power. They are all doomed to be consumed. All of them.
That is not true.
It is.
It is partially true.
Quiet! This is my lesson. He says, now, there is other parts of the soul, the shadow, which lies deep into the Ainkern. And deep into the shadowy realms that lie between, where different spirits, different shades, lie. It has different names. We call it the Ainkern, largely because of what we were taught by the colleges. It says, but in turn, you will find that it is often called other names, the Shadowlands, the places that lie between where ghosts reside, hungry spirits. And much like the realm of the gods, there is no true time there. And if he has sold that part, then he can never move on. Says, so is he doomed to be a ghost? No, because he can never go there. His soul will be trapped here for eternal sensation as his body rots. She says, well, that does not sound like someone who's fallen to the dark gods, I might say. Because their soul would be claimed, would it not?
Don't be happy about this.
Well, there's a point in there somewhere, I suppose. Depends how the soul was consumed. It may have been traded. Yes, but if it has gone, if there is nothing left of it, how exactly would it reclaim the rest of them? It makes no sense. You are speaking, I'm sorry to say, from your heart, not from your head. You do have a good point. Yes, all right. That doesn't in any way say that the rest are not, but it does confirm to me that it seems that the good father, at the very least, if he has fallen, has found a way out of it by trading in a part of his soul to someone else. We wouldn't be able to do it. It's not how it works. Then what do we conclude, Ambassador? Well, shit.
How do you know?
Shit. Looks at you. Pardon?
How do you know? You said it doesn't work like that. How do you know it doesn't work like that?
Because it doesn't.
Because he studied the soul. There are rules for everything, Gerhardt. I have told you that.
He's
No, I know that.
no
Where-
offense. He's very old.
Sure.
He's been studying for centuries.
Okay. But this again, what's my point? You don't know about, well, or...
Are you arguing it out?
Am I directly across the table from Gerhardt? Can I kick him under the table?
Boom! Ow! Don't fucking kick me. I have a point here.
What's your...
You
Pardon?
Sorry.
Mind your manners.
I apologize.
Please.
You kicked me.
Looks at you. Look, this, my lady, they are children, he says. And they have clearly made some deep mistakes. I suggest that if you are quite convinced that this one isn't, then this one could be returned to his room. The rest could go where they deserve to be. Just because he's been led astray, it isn't his fault.
We did not lead him astray. He leads us. It is his vision that we saw, the vision placed in his mind, from his god, from Ladriel who walks as Sigma, came to us, and we saw it. We saw you in the time of Magnus. We saw Magnus. We saw Pilbury. We saw Niarine. We saw
Miranda.
the dwarf. Her name is
Regarda?
forgettable.
Regarda?
Regarda. We saw all those things from him.
And we saw you. Did you ever get to set up your college?
Oh, yeah.
Why can't I talk?
And says, no, I did not.
3 successes.
It's interesting. Upon listening to all of this, you think you might understand about how vampires work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They lose their shadow, but they lose reflections or something. You've heard about that. Is that even real? You're not sure, but they lose something. Maybe it's
Use
that
your
which
goblet.
allows their soul to never properly move on. Maybe there's something in that, the loss of a part of their soul. You think there might be something in that. You're not quite sure what it is, but
That's how he knows about it, sort of thing.
maybe not how. Yeah, maybe he's literally studied it.
He's a self-made vampire.
Are you... This is a very off-topic question, but are you looking for a cure? Is that why you know these things?
No, I don't require no cure. He says, what do you think, my lady? She says, well, we are now 146. Are you calm?
No.
You can't speak.
He has a handy sign on his
If
arm.
he returns your voice to you,
Oh, I thought it was she who did it. No.
you
it's got a thing.
Yeah, partly it wasn't. If he returns your voice to you, will you be civil? The answer I'm looking for is yes, or you shall stay in silence, which you prefer. A huffy silence like a child, or adult discourse.
Just get up and leave.
Might get thrown.
Where's he going?
Walk round the table.
Dive in.
Burn the pit. You just nod.
You wish to have your voice back? Do it. Oh, he says, bloody rude. So are you. I'm an ambassador. I'm allowed to be. I'm representing someone else's concerns. You're representing a dead emperor's concerns. Well, he says, he sometimes had a temper. Do it. You don't feel any different.
So just from because they mentioned Elric's soul shines bright. Is that he would feel that's more of an old
You very well may do.
thing?
Yeah.
And not that any family would kind of celebrate, oh, so and so fell to chaos, but he'd have a strong sense that his family has been relatively untouched by chaos.
No, all families have
Right.
issues. All.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a sad thing to admit, but that's something that the good old Kingmaker would have said to you on more than one occasion.
Okay.
It's something you have
People
to
have
be.
gone wayward.
Yeah, totally. You've got to constantly ward for your own soul. Everybody's in danger. You in particular, because she was espousing you as some great hero, which is why you must make sure that if you are going to be making decisions, that you make them from a correct basis.
He's gonna gamble and just, do you know Maven? You should.
Looks at you and says, yes.
Well, she raised me, and she would not raise a cultist. I think if you knew her, you'd know that.
Well, everyone can make mistakes. And I don't mean her, I mean you.
Everyone can, but she would not. She still watches over me. She still has her eyes everywhere. She still is making sure that she knows I'm doing what she wants me to do, even if I'm not doing what I think she wants me to do, because my family are crazy.
She looks over. Who exactly is this? A witch, I suppose. Old one. Helped form the Jade College. Back before everything went a bit wrong.
A Bloodwalker as well, so she can make sure people are who they say they are.
She says, I have no real awareness of this. No. Folds his arms again. This is not going how I expected. She says, it's not going how I expected either. So who are you?
I look after the barge. Which is doubly true. And before that was a rat catcher. I try and stop him from getting killed. That's what I do.
So, I find it very likely that at least one, if not more of you, are cultists. Your reason for coming here is exactly the same reason most give. You're in pursuit of something. Pursuit of someone. Pursuit of something, most commonly. Where in truth is what lies beneath. That draws you here, whether you know it or not.
Were you lying about the man in Middenheim?
About my father?
Yes.
No. I wondered if you knew him. It seems you did not. I was hoping that you knew him.
We suspect that we know which cult he is involved with and who he had commanded down here. It is the doppelganger that he was mistaken for when they made his hand purple.
Mistaken for?
We saw. Leopold, tell them, we saw the body.
We saw the body. We found it. He'd been killed by mutants on the road north of Altdorf.
I shall tell you a small story. I could show it to you, but it would likely attack, so let's not. We were once approached by a cultist. Two of them, identical twins. They were the same person. In fact, they were once a triplet, but they had lost one of themselves. They were mutants. That's just what they were, cultists, as it turns out. I see no reason why I wouldn't expect that to be the same.
Because what is much more likely is his father had a bastard and it happens to look like him.
And I've known him almost all his life, since he was a tiny child.
Yes, but the problem is, what you're saying, if you're cultists and I'm a cultist...
But I'm not.
But here you know he's
I know
not.
you're not. But you also said almost. So, once again, our argument, alas... until you can define what you need as proof, we're sort of stuck.
We have proof with him.
So he is fine. Once again, that's 1 in 6. Well, maybe 2, Eric? Is he?
I'm not a cultist.
You
Well,
must
no, I
know
know.
that elves very rarely become cultists.
The important word, I think
Rarely.
you can very clearly state, is, as the good Lord says,
Elves.
rarely.
But what would be the incentive for an elf?
Well, that is not for me to say.
If the soul's already spoken for, gesturing vaguely where he thinks the vampire roughly is, if the soul's already claimed, then what's their incentive?
To avoid it. Consumption.
But I thought they couldn't. I thought if it was spoken for...
They can delay it.
If we're going down this path, what's to say you're not a cultist? What's to say you're not a cultist?
Well, I know I'm not.
And I know I'm not.
So
My
this is
family
what
have
my lord
ways.
is saying.
My family have ways to protect our souls from she who lies beyond. It is not a pleasant way, but it is a way. Not all elves fall to her. Some go to the screaming hells of Erith Chayal.
Sounds great.
It is awful. Some go to the Wayshards and are taken back into the land that birthed them.
Wait.
Not all elves fall.
So you've had cultist elves here before.
We have.
This one,
And
she'll
yeah,
take out that one's way. This one, was he a cultist?
That one? No.
Then why did you torture him?
just Bill.
We did not torture him.
Then who did?
The cult he came with.
Yeah, he was a
Well,
prisoner.
what was his name?
I do not think it matters for the moment.
It does. I must return his Wayshard to his people.
Well,
Or
we
he
must
will be
survive
lost.
today first.
Do you have any tests?
At this point, he will give you a Wayshard.
Bar your picture in the pit. That is it. That is all you have.
It's the only way to be certain that we have.
Have you been in the pit?
I've been in there many times.
How? We can go in.
No, because it will kill us or we will be absorbed. There is no... It
So
is
how-
like burning a witch.
Yes, but how have you gone in?
She either doesn't burn and she is a witch, or she dies.
But she's gone in. So
Yes,
how have
I
you gone
have.
in?
She's in control of everything here.
Strictly. Not quite, but close.
Can you... Do you know what? What about this, right? You think that this, and I point at Vampy Boy, you think this makes me the cultist, yes?
He says,
Or is proof of?
pretty good piece of physical evidence, and I do like physical evidence.
No, that's fine.
He says,
I don't know if this is how it works, and I don't know whatever it is. If I assume that there is another access point to that pit.
she smiles. Yes, there is.
Yes, okay. What about if I gave my hand? If this is it, if this is the only proof, as you have no other way of testing, but this is the deal, is I give this, and the rest of them are all part of it.
Hmm.
You understand?
No, they're not. They are individuals, I'm sorry to say.
Fuck.
Well, all of us will know how.
This is what happened to me in Del Bears. They
Yes.
thought I was that elf that had murdered people. And I said to them, but I give you my word, you are Ulricans, do you not respect and honour the word? And they just said, well, but you look like an elf, it must be you. We're in the same
Fair
position again. They say there is no way to prove it, and yet, in the space of a conversation, they have found a way to prove it for Leopold. So there is more than one
Okay.
way to prove it. You've already disproven yourselves in your chat.
She smiles. I admit. I am pleased.
All right.
And it's tremendously easy to solve your cultist problem by throwing everybody in a pit and then going, oh, look, they were a cultist, or oh, look, they're
The
dead.
dead.
It doesn't really prove anything other than that pit kills people.
But what it does do is protect people from telling about this horrible place.
This place is horrible by design. She says,
Doesn't make it any better.
why should it be better? Who are you to judge what is good and what is bad? This place is here to torment those who have fallen. It is
Well
here,
pushed.
designed specifically. Those who get upset about this place. That says something in and of itself.
Morals, ethics.
Yes. But I lie beyond such concerns. I have to. I have a charge from an emperor.
How did your father fall?
He left.
And that was him falling.
No. He was always... Oh, for goodness sake. Your father was always a bit wrong. Yes.
Look, in a way, it is you that is taking the gamble, not us.
No, we're taking no gamble. We will kill you.
No, but that will be... Well, that will be foolish.
And the end of the world.
And the end of the world.
Yeah.
I do not think that that will be the case. The world is a large place that will survive quite well without individuals.
The world will.
Would you
but-
say that about Magnus?
Yes? It's just one man. It would have been someone else if not.
Would you say it about this place?
Yes, it's very convenient to say it would have been someone else, but it always has to be someone. They don't just magic
So who
themselves
here is
up.
Magnus? Oh, for goodness sake, is one of them trying to claim to be some form of champion of light?
No, because Magnus was not. Magnus was just a man who did what he
He
had to
killed
do.
the Ever-Chosen! He's the champion of light! It is as simple as that. The gods worked through him.
You forget-
That is how it works. It is simple. It is clear.
No.
It has always worked that way. The Ever-Chosen, they were channeled through by the dark gods. They fought. One side wins, one side loses. It is as simple as that. The stories are old, they are ancient, and they are, as it turns out, quite true.
You were in the room. You know that
When
that's
he said
not...
the gods did not work
Just
through
because
him.
he doesn't know what he is doesn't mean he isn't it.
You used lights to make it look like you did.
Yes, the
No.
only... No! He used the only god that stayed here. Ladriel. That is the only god left. The only one that can move through Magnus, through Joros, here representative on this earth, and through Ladriel. That is what Sigmar is. That is what Ladriel, and that is what Magnus was. You are wrong.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, that is nonsense. That
It is
sounds
not
like
nonsense.
religion.
It is not religion, it is
Sounds
fact.
like religion.
I cannot be scryed. That is fact. My master cannot be scryed. That is fact. Sigmar speaks through him. That is fact. And yet we saw Magnus and my master. Either Magnus lied, my master can turn it off, or Sigmar is Ladriel. Those are the only three possibilities that are now true.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You understand me?
I do.
I don't.
Sigmar walked through the flame, Magnus walked through the flame. It is Ladriel. The king of the gods let us stay behind. Exactly, because Ladriel is the Mistwalker.
Oh, you've lost me again there.
I'm lost too. It says,
Did Sigmar walk through the flame or did he not? Did Magnus walk through the flame or did he not? It is irrelevant. They thought he did because Ladriel the Mistwalker, she of 1,000 masks, walks this world and guards it. She guards your people, she guards my people, and Sigmar is her gamble. Sigmar is the play. My card that Rootweaver gave me, takes out card, is Sigmar.
metal card made of
Nobody
lots of
else.
thin layers of metal. It's a tarot card that has Sigmar written across the bottom.
And my gamble is that Ladriel will allow me not to be scryed, which means my gamble is Sigmar, my gamble is Ladriel, and they are the same.
Clatter, clatter, clatter. as
Out
the
of interest,
card
what
lands
does that
forward.
look like to Leopold? if
It
anything?
just looks like a mundane, reflective material. And look is the wrong word.
Yeah.
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
Yeah, like it just sounds like he's not getting any holy vibes from
no
it.
holy vibes or anything similar.
What about? Well, I don't mean to speak for, but what about renowned?
There are other gods that skip and dance. Loek is not here, but Loek dances. And Ladriel wears many faces.
Right, I will counter with the age-old argument against all elves, which is bullshit. And I will state it for something that is quite clear.
I will tell you what the Storm of Shemtek is. And how we can avoid it.
All right, I'm listening. He says as he turns around, pulls his arms. I'm listening.
When the dragons were awaking and did not sleep, it was because this world was colder. This world was colder because it was situated far from here in physical space. And the old ones, wishing this world to be seeded with their own people, the elves, the dwarves, the children of the gods, moved this world physically from far away in this solar system to where it resides today.
The solar what now?
Exactly. We orbit Sol, the sun. We once orbited it far away. We moved it. The old ones moved it for us. And thus our people came, and later your people. The winds were always here. And then the old one's machine had a great catastrophe, and that is what formed the gates. But to avoid the storm of Shemtek, all we need is for Shemtek to have been looking at the right time, but in the wrong place. We need to move this world away. And then the storm will simply be the space. Azir resides between us and the stars. Azir is there in the gaping void between the spheres, which means, physically, that's what he was seeing, a gaping void where the world should have been. Now, would you rather the world was nowhere and destroyed, or would you rather find the machines of the old ones and move the world and dance the dance of Loeg, so the storm of Shemtek seems unavoidable, so the ruinous powers cannot see anything, so Ladriel guards this room so they will not see this conversation, and we move our world to safety? That is how we avoid the storm of Shemtek.
I'm sure the Earth is flat. I read it in a book.
You read?
Sometimes.
I'm trying to see the hole in that.
Look, it's good, right? All that stuff, great. But right now, it still doesn't help us in this sort of, are you a cultist or not a cultist?
Well, I can't prove it, but I can tell them what my gambit is, what our gamble is, what we do here. This room is hidden from the eyes of the ruinous powers. They will not see what transpires here. They will not hear this.
No, I don't get this. He says,
Try traveling with it.
I would like to, I would, does it matter? Yes! He says, as he looks over at Lady Von Wittgenstein, it matters! It matters. You're saying that You're saying that Shemtek saw a great storm, and he certainly saw a storm because he believed the world had been destroyed. There was nothing there except for Azir, and you're saying that it's simply all you need to do is move the world.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
But it has been done. My people know it has been done. They remember
what do you mean
being
the
told the
world
stories.
has been moved?
Listen to me. When you hear a story from your father, you have to rely on the fact that it's probably true. They may meld a little bit. They may blur it around the edges. But when you hear a story from the time of Sigmar, it is so long ago, it could as well be myth. It has faded from your people's minds, right?
Folds his arms.
My people, my lineage counts 3 people between me and the old ones. 3 people. So can you not countenance that perhaps I do not know better than you? I am no better than you. My people do not remember better. We are nothing. You are different to us, but what we are is just too removed from the people who removed the world. And thus, my idea of how the world came to be here is probably closer to the truth than yours is. How did you believe the world was made?
Gods. Pretty much.
Well, we cannot look to them for salvation because the other gods have been walled off here because of the ruinous
Wittgenstein
powers.
says, well, I would like to accept much of this, but I'm afraid to say I cannot. Because I can disprove it. Most importantly, I can disprove this whole theory considering Sigma. Well, her contention is that there is only one God walking the world.
No. I said others had snuck through. Her line, she is descended from a god, a goddess who sneaked here. There is probably one in
She looks
Kislev.
at you.
Kishel emanates from a goddess.
Now, please be quiet. I should like to hear of this tale.
Where to start? It's not necessarily really something we go about telling people, but I guess it's
Sorry.
pit or telling. So, I'm from the Nipponese imperial line, and we fight the ruinous powers.
And what is your name? She says.
Ume Koishikawa.
I've met your mother.
You have?
Yes.
How long ago?
She gave me the gift you stole.
I knew it!
We all hear
I
it.
thought she would like it. If, I ever get to see her again. How long? When?
Traditionally, the correct thing to do would be to place it on the table.
And apologize.
I should take it out of her pack. I'm sorry. Now please tell me where my mother is. If anything, at least you should know that I'm not part of the Purple Hand, since clearly they were up to no good and killing all my family members.
Well, she says, that puts me in a difficult position. I was in a difficult position with them as well. One of them's a cultist. I do not know which.
My parents.
I am sorry to say yes.
And do you have any more information other than that? What makes you say that they're a cultist?
She says everyone's a cultist.
Are they in the pit right now? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're in Middenheim.
They're in Middenheim. We were just in Middenheim.
No, we've never been to Middenheim.
No, we haven't been to Middenheim.
We were going to go there.
Yeah.
I've been. It's rubbish.
I quite liked it.
Okay, well, okay.
They're chasing my grandfather. Both intend to kill him. One because he is a rival. The other because of what he did. He was the one that was responsible for the attack on your family. And he was after the cultist.
But
Whichever parent of yours it is. Unless, of course, it's you and they were mistaken.
I mean, why would I reveal all that information to you if I were the cultist? That makes no sense. Apparently your grandfather's out to kill me. Like, I wouldn't tell you.
It's all their thing that they do.
Did she say
Tricks and-
grandfather?
Yeah.
Andrew, was that your mistake or her? She said grandfather in Middenheim, but we thought her father was in Middenheim.
No, grandfather.
Grandfather too. Okay.
Of course she's alive.
So wait, is your grandfather a cultist too?
My grandfather's the only cultist. I'll lie and say whatever I need to say to determine the truth here.
Okay.
She looks at you. That is interesting. The intelligence could be wrong, of course. I couldn't be certain. So I sent them on the way to do what would have been, I think, good work. Killing my grandfather.
Well,
But my intelligence says that they moved against your line because they were rivals. Not enemies.
yes. But so many things that you believe are cultish behavior here is a totally different
That
situation
is not the
in Nepal.
case. I have given you an opportunity to prove yourself not to be cultist.
No,
I
I
have
mean,
not said that you are.
No.
I have not said you are not.
I mean, you people as in people from this land, your idea of what a cultist is it's different. We deal with the what you call the aether, the magic, differently. We respect and look after our spirits, not banish them and fear them. it's just a completely different culture. You may think that one of them is a cultist. They might just be doing their job.
I didn't think it. I suspected it, given the information, the intelligence I've been given.
Okay.
But my grandfather believed it.
Yes, but probably, very old and losing some marbles. They're
certainly losing something.
But even if you thought that one of her parents is or was a cultist, you let them go and do a thing.
We didn't bring them here. I met them in Altdorf. There was a decision to be made whether I should move against them or just let evil kill evil, as you might believe, which I did. I gave them the necessary intelligence they required, and they travelled north.
Did they say anything about me?
No. I'm aware of you, that's all.
Isn't it?
I have a feeling they thought you were dead.
Yeah, well, the house is a bit of a state right now, so wouldn't be surprised.
It was in the 4th of Nakex, and 4 days after the event. Where were you?
Hidden away? Right? I think I was.
Yeah, you were getting ready to leave Altdorf. In fact, you were out of Altdorf by that point. Already on a barge, a slow barge making its way up the River Dale.
Yeah, I was gone already. I mean, he knew about my other friends. Not even my parents knew about them. Well, I don't think they did. The whole Ranald stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I guess there's a reason I survived, and it's because I'm very good at sneaking around.
She is in the cult of Renaud. She is blessed by Renaud, as you would call it. What is it you are? Some kind of hand?
Oh, yeah.
I have a question for you, and how you answer this question is going to determine a great deal.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of your parents do you think could communicate with spirits directly and potentially even move one here?
I would guess. Wait. Is this just gonna give you more information to try and kill one of my parents?
Yes.
Why would I tell you that?
Because the alternatives are killing you.
And if they're cultists, they forfeit their lives.
Yeah.
Okay, you shush. Is it perhaps that whatever that thing outside your underground is? That was not good.
It's trapped down there now. It wasn't initially. It was sent here to kill us. Because we knew. And it either came from your mother, your father, or someone else who was similarly imbued. So tell me, which one do you think would be most likely to be able to do that? Your mother or your father?
They probably could both do it in different ways, to be honest.
And is that what you believe, or is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, first of all, it's not like they told me much. Most of the things I know is because I eavesdropped, not because I was taught them. I have an older sister for that kind of stuff. She's off fighting demons and things.
Which one do you think could send a demon? Which one would speak directly to the spirits?
I guess.
You have an idea.
Well, one of them respects them and one of them doesn't, so I guess probably.
So which one respects them?
My father?
Then it is your mother. Probably.
Okay.
Okay.
Or yourself.
Or it's neither.
Or it's a surprise returning of my sister. I don't know.
This is starting to
Or
sound
we've
like a
got to the
penny
position.
dreadful.
Well,
Or
or
Fennec
we've got
dreadful.
to the position where you see everything as a threat. It feels like no matter what happens, your lady can't.
I see the arrival of demons as a threat, yes.
No.
And we managed to bind them in place.
What I mean is,
And we happen to have the unexpected daughter arrive. As coincidences go, it is quite extraordinary.
what I mean is, how many coincidences have you seen?
There is no such thing as coincidence.
Exactly.
Well, she knows that.
No, look, sorry. You think there's no thing as coincidences, but
No, we know.
No, we know.
And when the ending of an age comes, coincidence is not anymore. The path is set. The architect has seen that this ending is what he wishes. And there is only us, who cannot be seen.
Ulrich.
No, he's Elric? Not
Walks the world.
In the body of a mortal, or as a god?
As a god.
Well, perhaps he is Azurian. I do not know. He can break his own rules.
He was at the Battle of Kislev's Gate. He just fought alongside some Midlanders. But he was there. And he left children behind. I know. I have it written in my letter from the Emperor. The Emperor found out later. Those children caused him problems. Ulrich has caused him problems in turn. Now, perhaps it's some great spirit, something claiming to be Ulrich. That does not actually matter, but it stands as perhaps at least a loose counter-argument
I do not believe so.
to Sigma must be.
I take that point.
But no, you see that as a point, then underpin, and I know this is what you believe. Now, I'm not
The
countering
thing-
what you believe, but what I'm saying is your belief a moment ago, rock solid.
No, it's not rock solid. I have 3 options, and one of them is true. Sigmar is Ladriel, because it is only Ladriel that could show her servant, my master, through his visions. It is only she who could give that vision to him. The second is that Magnus was lying, and Volans was not Joros. And the third is that when Joros of the 1,000 Masks takes on a mask of a man like Volans, he becomes able to be scryed. Those are the 3 options. I also know, though, for a fact that Ladriel walks the world. I also know, not for a fact, but on rumour, belief, that many of the gods escaped. There were countless gods. Azurian barred them. He allowed Ladriel, she was the only one, he was the king of the gods, and some other ones snuck in on their little footsteps and hid.
Ulrich supported Magnus. It is why he was there.
I would expect any god who had come here to support.
Because he was, quite literally, somewhat prosaically called, but the champion of light. He was the one that the gods had chosen to stand against them. If he had failed, then the ever chosen would have won.
I do not dispute that. My master is the walking representative of Ladriel on this earth, and he channeled the Heish into Magnus.
Well, that's 2 gods supporting him now.
Yes.
There is no real difference between him and what they stood against, other than one stands for dissolution and the other one does not.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do not wish the physical plane upon which I stand to be dissolved. We are the pearl in their oyster.
Nice.
So where do you sit now?
Uncomfortably, I will be honest.
Are we actually having a meal, or
It's been a long time since the hors d'oeuvres.
That guy, I'll just get you dinner.
Genuinely, that was an out of character question. Are we, like, physically, our characters having a meal?
You have received no meal.
No meal.
Well, you're right. The guy will be asleep. He never made it to the kitchen.
Until he's summoned.
Yeah.
Ambassador, I should like to hear your balanced opinion. Balanced opinion. Balanced. Look, Look, I'll admit that my first judgment might have been misplaced. I saw them rifling through everything. It was clear what they were here for. And I came to the conclusion that you would expect me to have come to. Their arguments are interesting. I'm finding them actually fascinating. They are very loose, uncertain, pie in the sky type thinking, which I sort of appreciate. I used to be part of a council. He said, I know what you used to be part of. Well, I did. We used to think about things that were different. We used to do that sort of thing. And they are. And we would have dissenters. It was very important. Dissenters were essential. Those who stood in a very different position, because you can't form a solid consensus without access to all opinion. And of course, we couldn't have all opinion. Excuse me, could you get to your point? Right, yes, of course. I think that there is some potential merit to what they say. They might be here for the very reasons that they claim that they are here for. And then that just leads us to an uncomfortable position of potentially having to let them go. Yes, well, that is a difficult issue. Particularly when we have very sensitive information here. We have reached the point where we've never reached before. And I quite like this. Something my father told me could happen, and something my grandfather said could not. It appears my father was right. So, I say that we very clearly state our positions.
Don't ask me first.
Freud. Says, I should like you to take a moment to consider what you're about to say. Because you are about to represent your companion's opinion. However, says, I recognize that you might not quite understand what their opinion is. So, she says, I shall retire and return in a quarter bell. And you can decide exactly how you wish to approach this. As a group, as an individual, or just by your choice. I care little. All I care about is what you do. And perhaps that will be you return to me and you state your opinion. Perhaps instead you will try to escape.
I agree to these terms.
Good. And she stands, makes a bow, and then glides off towards the stairs as he. Well, I'll just have a walk then. He says as he gets up.
I actually think you might enjoy a conversation with my technically servant but more friend, Lucas. Lucas, would you like to accompany the ambassador?
As he says, if you wish me to, sir.
Yes, Lucas, I do.
Right, yes, of course. Sir, don't worry, he says. You can't abide Midlanders anyway. How did you know? I don't want to know. As they go downstairs, leaving yourselves and Greta in the chamber.
You may reach us out and takes the thing back
No,
into
you need to leave those.
No.
Your mother gave it to her as a gift. It's
Yeah,
not
and
yours.
if she's
What?
this needs to be thrown at somebody.
I
Potentially.
I don't understand. Your mother gave it to her as a gift. You have no right to it in any way. I know you want it, but
Same with the paw.
You can do what you want.
No, I had
I have a right to this.
I had a profound sense that you need to leave it. Like when the vision came on.
Well, yeah, I have a problem about that. Why do you all get a vision and then I don't?
Probably because you are descended from another god, and we all share a link with Ladriel.
Or possibly
Someone
my
with an
god.
assumption.
Or,
She says.
or possibly my god just missed you because you're very good at hiding.
That could be more.
Did you
realistic.
see the vision, Greta?
It is.
I mean, it could be that thing then. Actually, it could still be my thing then.
This is all excellent, and I like the discourse. But we've got sort of 14 minutes and 30 seconds to figure out what the fuck I'm going to say to make sure that we don't all die and get thrown into this sort of beastie pit thing. All right?
Let's just go.
You think just run?
No.
No. Okay, I don't think we should run.
I don't think we should work with these people.
No, I'm not saying we won't with them.
I think what we should do is we should have our dinner, and then we should. I'm hungry.
15 minutes.
No, when they come back.
Oh, right.
We have our dinner, and then we leave, and we go to Midnight, and we kill her fucking grandfather.
But you seem to assume that we will be able to leave.
Yeah. They're not letting us go.
So we are.
No. The specific point there is they've never had anyone not be a cultist before. They've never been put in this situation. We are defining
So
what is going to happen.
this is the
now.
plan. This is the plan. We
So
need to
we
tell
need
them our position.
We need to assure them that we're not going to immediately leave and go start telling stories about what's going on here. We're not going to start sending in armies of witch hunters. Because we're not. We're going to go to Middenheim and we're going to kill a fucking grandfather.
Well, I'm afraid that Elric and I probably stand on completely opposite sides of what we should do. And I believe, Elric, you firmly believe that we should tell people about what is happening here. So it is Elric that you have to convince.
We don't beat the enemy by using the tools of the enemy.
That's what people said about magic,
But
Elric.
we do.
200 years ago, that's what they said about you. They said that you were the tools of the enemy. They said that you were illegal, that you should be killed.
Magic has existed long before this.
Yeah, but it wasn't legal. It was perceived as being the tools of the enemy.
But-
you know that. You had the
But even-
vision. You saw it.
I saw even before magic was legal. Necromancy, this kind of thing
But
was
they are
never.
not doing necromancy. So what is it exactly? Other than, I agree, it is horrific what is happening here and disgusting. But according to her word, the only people she experiments on are cultists. Cultists that we would kill. Do you know what happens when people die? No, none of us do. And do you know why? Because none of us are dead. But if we were dead, we would either be.
Hamlet, you ain't.
No, right? But my point is, killing something is just as bad as torturing something. Because we don't know what experience they have when they die. I know what elves have. We are tortured by She Who Lies Beyond. So if I'm tortured in this life or the next, it makes no difference. So what is your actual moral qualms about her enacting what she has been asked to do by her emperor, just like you do on the battlefield when you burn people?
Do I seem happy about it?
No, but neither does she.
No, but we don't know an emperor has tasked her with it, do we? She says she has.
I've seen it.
She's seen it.
It's got the mark of the silver seal on it.
It can't be fake.
We've seen other marks.
No, not the silver seal.
And we do know things can be faked. This is the problem. All of this stuff is.
Well,
But we do,
Yes.
we do also know that Magnus was entertaining this kind of thing.
But we know that
No,
Magnus
We know
I
that
agree,
he
I
had the
agree.
idea,
Yes.
but we never saw
What's
that
the
it was definitely
Sigmarian
done.
heresy?
Oh,
I don't know.
But the other thing,
Could we find
What are
that?
they doing
Well,
here?
hang on, one
says
second.
Greta. What are they actually doing here?
Yeah, I feel like they've
Is
not
the
told
Sigmarian
us
heresy...
what they're doing.
Isn't
Yeah.
the Sigmarian heresy that all Sigmarites are wizards? Like when
I
they
don't know. Is it?
in the vision, that was sort of subtly hinted at the end by Volans, that priests are wizards. So maybe what they're trying to do is make more wizards.
I mean, what he was suggesting was that it was someone claiming to be Sigmar, who he also claimed was my father, which...
Yeah, but he doesn't look.
What-
He clearly
look,
does
guys,
not know the truth of things.
We're all getting off the topic again. So what?
No,
What
I
is
think
the?
we're exactly tackling the topic, and the topic is they are not in a position to make demands of us without us making demands in return.
Mhm.
We cannot make a sound decision without having extra intelligence.
Yes.
And our intelligence is sadly currently lacking. I think I actually
Yes.
agree with Elric in
Great.
many respects. What they appear to be doing is absolutely abhorrent.
They have no need
and
to
they
tell us
only
that,
kill
though.
the cultists.
If
who
they are
everyone
on the
is, who
side of
we
good,
are.
then they should be allying with those who are
Yes.
on a similar side.
So what you could say is you could say represent us and say we are willing to leave here and never speak a word of this and keep your secret and allow you to fight the ruinous powers in your way if you tell us what you are doing here. So we can make a judgment for yourself,
If this
just like she's
grandfather
made
is
a judgment
corrupt,
for me.
Then where did this corruption come from? Who's to say it's not going to happen to her
Who's to say
also?
it's
Given
not?
the surroundings that we have here.
But again, we
No.
saw that in the vision. Yes, the corruption may come, but we stay vigilant to that and we root it out when it happens.
So who is watching her?
Well,
But-
that's the
but-
same argument that she has against us.
Yes,
we
I
just
agree.
have to
Yeah,
just
but
trust
we've
it.
got
And that's
less
our
than-
position, right?
We've got less than 10 years before it won't matter. Right?
Yes, possibly.
Well, I say it is a reasonable position to put forward, to say we are happy. No, we're not happy. We are satisfied to leave here and go about our way, doing what we believe to be good. If you tell us what you are doing here, so we can... That might not go down well.
No.
No.
She
Well,
knows
if they
what-
could answer some questions about what they're doing here.
Yes.
Because I want to find out what their beef is with Hilda?
Helga. And
Right.
what the Sigmarian heresy is.
Yeah.
So-
He said
Who's
he...
Helga?
The saint that was on
Oh.
the door.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the curse against her.
And I want to know, is this really a runefang or is this just part of their honey trap?
Do you want to talk about that?
Yes,
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's on their back. They
because if it's part of a honey trap and it's a tainted sword, I want to put it right back in her box.
That's better phrasing.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I meant
listen.
the...
Yeah, no, it's
Put it
okay.
in her box.
right, very well done.
Given your reputation, old Menowith, you
No.
can see
Oh,
why we
yeah,
might be
there's some-
worried.
Oh my.
So right. Look, how about this? Agreement of don't talking about everything that's happened here. Vice versa. Mutual decision that neither of us are cultists, us or them, right? And that we trust them to get on with this and not kind of interact upon our behalf because we'll move that way if we think that's the case. And then one question from everybody. One question each.
Why put an artificial limit on that? Why not just say we have now convinced them that we're not cultists, we need them to do the same to
Well-
reciprocate and answer some questions.
Can
We've
can
convinced
Why
them that
specify how
one of
many?
us is not a cultist.
Well, I
The
think
rest
that-
of us are still up for grabs.
No,
Yes,
I
that's
think
true.
I
Born
think
of demons.
right? We've got two. Are you a schemer yet? No.
No.
Out of character. So Greta's got a schemer question.
Schemer
I've got
question.
a schemer schema
question.
question. And Greta, you've got schemer, and Greta's got dealmaker like 7. So between the 3 schemer questions,
and if I'd only thought to spend my XP, we could have had
you could
another one as
have
well.
had a schemer. So
Can we
what?
go to break and then we can spend next week?
Yeah, it's
That's got to do it
9.
between sessions.
It's 9
No,
o'clock.
between sessions.
No,
Nice
but it's
try.
9 o'clock.
So yes, would anyone like to do a schemer question before we?
Yeah, so we've got 3 schemer questions that we could ask. Shall we ask 2 now and maybe save 1 for later?
Also, just before we do that, Birdie, you've been quiet with all this.
Mhm. This whole philosophizing leaves me absolutely cold. The way I see it, this is just a matter of survival. We tell her what she wants to hear, so we get out of here. And what we do after that's none of our fucking business.
Birdie's
All right,
sticking
fine.
with me.
No, good, excellent.
No, I think that there is a further point that could be made, which is: do you wish them to be simply, let's say, neutral, or do you want them as an ally?
Personally, I don't give a shit.
Well, you might do it if you found yourself against their enemies
No,
and they
Greta,
don't return.
that's her decision.
Yeah, that's for you lot who were born with silver spoons shoved God knows where. For me, I don't know.
Interesting.
It's not my business. You
Alright.
guys just...
They
I-
just seem
There
to
was a
know-
distinct lack of silver spoons in the orphanage, Birdie.
Yeah, but you were his best mate for most of it, so it's practically the same thing.
Once I was older.
Oh my, do not split
doesn't matter,
hairs
does
over
not
the
matter.
silver spoonage in this room.
All right, let's get scheming.
Right.
So, what question are we going to ask on schemer?
Thoughts? What's a good question?
Well, this is not the schemer question.
One schemer question.
Somebody explain schema to Gav.
Schemer allows us to, out of character, ask the GM a political
political
question,
question.
and we get an out of character answer.
Oh,
Correct.
All right, how about
But
this?
but within character knowledge.
Okay.
What's the theoretical level of power that could be gathered from this area, right? From this
Situation.
not a situation, duchy.
Yeah, this is a barony.
Baron from this
Yeah,
barony.
the
You know what I mean?
barony,
Like
yes.
if theoretically,
So-
what they say they're doing is
That's
to
not
get.
that's not the schemer question.
No, because I think we got that answer before, and it's not very much for this duchy, but they're under the rule of Mackensteins,
They
who
are,
are
Mackensteins.
one of the most powerful families in the Empire.
Well, no. What I mean is, does this actually matter?
With the potential size
It-
of the
obviously-
weird stone that they have, that's a lot of power to draw on. You saw what happened when we set the church on fire with a very small remnant.
Yeah.
A doctor's home, sorry.
Mm.
Okay, my schemer question. Why don't we ask a schemer question about? We've been focusing on them letting us go and how much power they could have and what we could have over them. What about a schemer question of what might be useful to them? What we haven't.
Cool. What's your question?
Do you want to ask the chat?
Yeah, give us a question.
No,
Chat.
genuinely.
They've got any ideas
Come
out there
on,
and
Twitch.
slash it on up. That's totally fine, but they're going to have to be quick. So your question is, please?
Well,
That'll
we
be
have
question
one
number
for
2.
after the break.
My question is, can Greta make a deal on behalf of the
Now, that's deal maker.
Trostmer
That's
Orders?
completely
No,
separate
but
thing.
can she?
Yes, she can.
Then my question is, how useful would it be to this lady politically to have the trots?
Well, I don't think that even requires schemer. Useful.
Yeah,
I mean, it's an almost moot point. There's lots of things you could ask around that, but I don't think that would be a particularly good use.
What about what would be the largest impact in terms of threat to this enterprise if it was unmasked publicly?
Yeah, the largest, the
where?
threat.
So the biggest impact if it was made.
Question from whom? And who's schemer? Right, so
Greta.
Greta schemer? No,
schemer.
Greta, okay. Her head got you.
Yeah,
What's
what
the
would
question?
be the biggest threat that would have the biggest impact on this enterprise if the enterprise was to be
Revealed.
revealed?
Okay.
So, I've been thinking that this place must have been revealed multiple times. It must have been. There is absolutely no doubt it hasn't been, because there would have been wandering priests, barge hands that dropped by. There are all sorts of horrors going on in that village and elsewhere. People must have spotted it, which means that they will have come and they'll have done one of two things. They will either have attempted to resolve things themselves, which of course is very foolish, or alternatively they will have done the correct thing, which is to pass it up the chain to the Mackensteins, which means the Mackensteins know what's happening here. They know. They have to.
Yeah.
Because they are going to be in a position of saying, no, that doesn't happen, a lie. Or alternatively, yes, it happens, or you can't go there, and they can't go there. Why? They're aware that something is happening here. So the Mackensteins, as part of this process, are involved. And the Mackensteins are right beside the Emperor, which is worth saying. They help defend the main passes into the Empire, into the Reichland. They are powerful and well-positioned. So there is certainly a sense of protection here. I do not think that, given the face that is presented here, that most would accept what they saw, which means that there are going to be some who have come here and gone straight to the Mackensteins and been brushed off, and some who won't accept that and come back. And if they come back, they are going against the law, which means the local lady is within her rights to kill them. And in fact, the Sigmarites, it's actual heresy. Actual heresy. To stand against Sigma's law is heresy. So if they went against the Lord and they just went ahead anyway, they would be in a position where they were right to be captured by the local Lord, and they should be sent back. But it is actual heresy. I can see how they would.
And further, the writ that you saw said that Sigmarites investigating this place were automatically
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
to
the
be
problem.
sentenced to death.
Yes.
I've just had a thought. The ambassador from the dead emperor, that's what he said, wasn't it? So Magnus couldn't even trust a letter. He got one of his closest companions to become a vampire, so he could trust that the message was delivered to the Wittgenstein.
I mean,
That's why
we're
Lucas-
hoping it's that dead emperor, but yeah.
Oh, that's why I put Lucas with him.
Right.
So I think it's worth saying that this is a far bigger situation than it
Yeah.
first appears, and I think that the chance that it's not known by the Emperor to some degree is very low. It's certainly known by the Emperor's lieutenants, and they are presumably working on behalf of an older order. I don't know how useful that is, beyond saying that this place has almost certainly been sanctioned.
And she is also a wizard, right? With a magic license.
yes.
She's the title Lady Majesty.
We know she went to
Amethyst Order.
Amethyst, yeah.
Yep. So that being the case, we don't have the classic legal argument that we can bring. If we do go and tell anyone else, we're not going to be in a position where the only person we can tell are the Mackensteins. And we're pretty convinced the Mackensteins are just going to be away with you. Which means it's going to be us, agitating on the streets.
And we could tell the colleges, but then she's a higher ranked college wizard than Elrin.
And that wouldn't stop them investigating.
And so,
And I know higher ranks than her.
Yeah,
so-
that wouldn't stop them investigating.
Or we could tell the cult.
It's a febrile situation that clearly has weaknesses, and we could exploit those weaknesses if we wish to do so. But equally, we could find ourselves dead. I think that's what we can sum it up as.
Well, it's more that we need to reassure them that we're not going to do those things, right?
I think that's absolutely the case if we just wish to leave. However, I'll admit, I find it difficult to accept leaving this place as it stands without understanding what it is. Just leaving that behind seems an untenable outcome.
I do wish to know what the Sigmarian heresy is. I think that is important given
Yeah.
that you are blessed by Sigma, and if Sigma is not what we think it is, my theories aside, it would be good to know.
Dong.
Shit.
Dong.
All right.
Here comes the
Dong.
bride.
Also,
So, questions?
And as the bell rings the quarter bell, and the good lady von Wittgenstein returns, not just simply by herself, but with servants bringing food. Servants. We can all take a moment
no
to
livestock in
contemplate
this castle.
the craziness that has gone down so far in Castle von Wittgenstein. Welcome back! Our marvelous, glorious heroes, redolent with honor, find themselves sitting down for dinner with the Lady von Wittgenstein and her friend, who does not sup upon any consumables placed before him. He just sits and half glowers, half thinks, as you slowly but surely eat, the good lady herself having already said, "Let us take up matters after we have dined." The clatter of cutlery upon plates. The food? Oh gosh, the food, you better hope it's good food. It is good food, but is it good food? Are you being fed the right sort of stuff? Do we want to just avoid any particular part? Just only
No
eat?
pork.
Yeah, no pork.
Yeah, there is an alarming lack of livestock. The only animals that we've seen were the animated horses.
and the really big
So-
moths.
Elemental, I they'll
stick
take the
to the
meat, taste
veggies.
the meat.
And we'll watch
And we saw the chef.
What kind of meat is it?
long.
Oh yeah, we did.
It is particularly meaty in flavour. Heavy gravy served alongside it. No,
That's
no.
not nice.
Gravy. Oh no, meat. The meat is, however, ever so slightly spongy.
It's mushrooms.
Grown.
You think it might be. You can't quite tell. You're not getting anything from it. You think it's probably mushroom.
This is a particularly meaty mushroom. This is enjoyable.
Tuck in.
Everyone else.
It does taste quite beefy. Quite beefy. Assuming that you're eating it.
Well, if Elemental wife's eating it, I guess.
It's rude
I've
not
had
to.
worse.
Greta also eats. Lucas gently eats as well. I've had worse.
The wine's probably quite good though, isn't it? Yeah.
Lucas does like a glass of wine.
And not much worse.
Is there any bite marks on Lucas's neck?
I am looking very pale. I suppose better eat all. That's what my mother used to say. Eat up. I'm the only one talking.
Yeah.
Oh, you never know where your next meal's coming from. Very sensible.
The 15 minutes of eating, which also involves a rather nice pud. And it is a rather nice pud, somewhat surprisingly. Poached plums and apples. Oh. And a nice cream.
On the side, right?
You don't need to eat the cream.
Score.
Can I have yours? Great.
So I presume it's in a jug,
Yes,
right? The cream.
totally is.
Yeah. Serve yourself.
The plates are taken away. Dinner. Not dinner time. You're taking the plates away. Oh yes, of course. The plates. As he takes them away. And she turns to you. I trust you've come to a conclusion as to how you'd like to proceed, my lord.
Yes. Thank you for an excellent meal. Good. Wine. Superb. Well, look, listen. So we had our 15 minutes, so thank you for that. Thank you for the time for us to gather our thoughts as well. Appreciate it. Here's the thing. As it stands, well, I think we've got to the position where potentially you think we may not be cultists, which is good. And we are also of the position that you are potentially also not a cultist yourself. So what I propose is realistically, or what we propose is, in good faith, we each assume that neither of us is on the side of the ruinous powers in any way, shape or form. Because realistically, well, it would do damage to your enterprise here if basically things went a little bit sour and these negotiations didn't go out well. It would obviously do some sort of damage to our enterprise here too. And realistically, none of us want either of those things to happen. So,
Yes.
and with that in mind, what we propose is we leave. We tell no one about this. We don't share anything around what's going on. We keep it to ourselves. But as we have answered a fair amount of your questions with what we're doing here and given you a fair amount of information, and knowing the way that you operate, you obviously understand the worth of said information. You've mentioned many a times that you value intelligence. In the same way, so do we, obviously. So what we would like to do and propose to do is maybe sort of as we let this excellent meal sit and digest and work through that, we also potentially, I don't know, have a more in-depth conversation, and you can help with our digestive, maybe with a little bit of an aperitif at the end, and, well, we ask a few questions and see what comes out the back of it.
Why should I do that?
Quid pro quo.
Well, yes, somewhat as my relatively silent
Well,
compatriot
okay.
has been. Look, if we are assuming that we are both not cultists and we get to the position where we are all leaving parting ways, it is better that we know more about the situations that we're in rather than we don't. So actually you're arming us with information to better serve our overall goals in the same way. And by all means, this is if you do agree with the position of we both part ways, we don't tell anybody. If not, then obviously you can take the position that one of us is a occultist, we go down that route, and as I've said, well, damaging to both parties, realistically, which I don't think either of us want. I understand that it could probably not be too much of an issue for you, but still, I'm sure that there's, I mean, we do have sort of non-Elric, and, you know, and
If I
everything.
may.
I think just me for now. So this is our proposal. You arm us with knowledge, the knowledge similar to the knowledge that we've given you. We leave this place, don't tell anybody about it, and we trust each other. It's difficult to do, I can completely understand, but that's where we stand. What? Questions? That's what I've said.
And we share our plans to hunt down the cult in Middenheim.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes. Oh, and apologies, yes, you're right. And we also intend to, well, as part of the whole shtick, realistically, carry on our pursuit of the cult that we were following here. So, part of that information exchange is we will need access to Atelka Hudson.
Why? What does she have to do with the cultist that you think you're chasing?
I don't think we do anymore.
Oh, yeah, no, I suppose not. Well, no, actually, do you know what? We don't. Yeah, I suppose just because we know that she was somewhat against the cult that we were chasing and may have information just prudent to that. Well, you know the cult that we are chasing, and sort of mentioned a hand.
We would like to understand who her master is, though. Who provided the ritual in Bogenhof.
It's part of the access and conversation.
You have done little to convince me that sharing any information with you is to my benefit. Indeed, it might be to my detriment.
What if we're all on the same side?
Well, that's yes, that is my point, is that we are on the same side. And your assumption of that us being on the same side is by letting us go in the first place. So, by letting us go, you're saying that we are on the same side, and you understand that action speaks for itself, and ergo, giving us that information would then follow suit, right?
And if the point of this place is to glean information from cultists, and we are actively hunting those cultists, then surely it would be...
I don't think she's listening.
The culmination, I'm telling you, you can tell her if she's not
right.
listening to me, but the culmination of what this place is for is to arm us to better root out these cultists.
Yes, what he said. If this is convincing her of our innocence in this, and in that sense, I do have Renald's honour.
Does help.
I am inclined to accept that the ambassador has incorrectly placed you as servants of the demon gods. However, you have done very little to show yourself to be honourable. Indeed, you have shown yourself to be quite rude. You didn't even announce yourself when you arrived here, as is demanded by protocol. You snuck in like a thief. You were an embarrassment to your family line, and you know it. You prefer, it appears, skullduggery, yet simultaneously seek out intelligence that could easily be used against me. I see very little reason to provide you with any. You have been rude.
All good points. And I honestly now realistically cannot defend that position. However, if you look around us and at everything that is happening in this castle, and you clearly believe that what some would consider evil or necessary positions to take in the greater good, thank you, would mean that, well, foregoing formalities, and in this case, that of good guesting, I suppose, so being rude, and I do apologise, because the rudeness, yes, I can see why you would take that position. And we were also somewhat being misled. Not that that excuses it, but that's where we stand. So I ask that, well, you look past the rudeness.
If you were doing things correctly, you would have gone to Mackenstein. Why didn't you?
Because we decided that Mackenstein must know.
But also,
And also we were chasing a Telka Hertzen and we thought she might die.
No, but...
Well, the main reason is, realistically, we were chasing Atelka, and we were given good information that she was here, and that was our goal, and yes, we probably should have had a conversation with the Mackensteins, but...
Well, why not just come to me directly?
All that. As I've said, all of these things, we were
And
misled.
why didn't you?
The state of the village.
Yeah, consider our position. We're chasing a cult. We come to this town where the people are clearly being experimented on and are not in a good state. The Church of Sigmar is in disrepair.
We had good evidence that your grandfather was a necromancer from his own hand,
Oh yes, and that.
and what he had left behind. That is illegal. We approached...
And what is your authority?
I follow my lord.
Who has no authority here?
Well, then none of us do.
You simply took it upon yourself.
Yes, I suppose.
Because
So-
in other places, the authorities have been corrupt. We are in a difficult difficult situation.
Yes.
As are you. We do try to do what is right, and sometimes we fail, and we apologize for that.
Ambassador, what is your opinion on this?
Can
He
I,
groans.
with the ambassador, because Lucas has been sort of having a bit of a schwam,
talking.
like bit of nicey-nicey.
Yes, they
Can I
have.
see if he got like a little bit of a good chat in to see if he's got a...
Can I please have your, because I know exactly what you're looking for, do your lore politics roll?
Oh, I was just thinking of a he feels okay about us. You know what I mean? Because Lucas has just been nice. And, yeah, exactly.
Why not?
'Cause
Do
that does-
yourself a charm test for Lucas.
It does influence these things, doesn't it?
Well, law politics would also be a very good shout.
Yeah. Let me just... So, word... etiquette servants or anything like that help with this?
Certainly make him look like a servant. Do your
Yeah, fair enough.
your test.
What am I doing again?
Charm.
Just charm.
Oh! Boom! Bang on! Exactly what he's got as
Oh
well.
wow.
So
Okay.
that's 5 successes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, +1 for scholars. 6 successes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job. That time in the universities.
Although, is that coming from etiquette? Because etiquette doesn't do that
Oh yeah,
anymore.
it doesn't do that anymore. Never mind, it doesn't do that anymore.
I'd spent some time talking to the good gentleman, fellow of Altdorf University, as it turns out. And they gave a relatively good summary of the situation, and if I'm honest, perhaps summary is not the right term. Waterfall. Didn't really stop, did you? Says Lucas. He was terrified. Fair enough. But he did say a lot, and I didn't dislike much of what he said. My assessment of this situation is we have some very odd people here.
Can't argue with that.
Very odd. I'm not convinced that they are what I originally assessed them to be. But I am convinced they're thieves.
Looking result.
Not all of us.
Party to thieves at the very least.
Well, if you were watching, you would have seen that some of us tried to stop them.
Some of us.
Albert did try to stop early.
Yep.
So all I can advise is, well, on your head be it. Throw them in the pit. There's no problem at all. Don't throw them in the pit. And you open yourself to risk. She says, yes, well, I'm quite aware of the risk. But I also have no desire to be my grandfather. My grandfather would just simply dispose of you. And if you weren't lying, he would know. And if you were, then again, he would know. And he would be happy with that. I'm not my grandfather. I am not. I think what you were inexpertly attempting to express was that you don't trust me, and that you are seeking to gain extra information to decide as to whether you can leave me.
Well,
Yes.
yes, I suppose.
Yeah, he's prevaricating. We're all nodding.
Well, no, my position actually is maybe not that, but collectively I think that is the thought process, yes.
I would suggest that if you're in a negotiating position in future with a similar outcome desired, as in I want intelligence, back it up with the threat. Because I have no real desire to provide anything to you, but I think that the threat is quite real. I'm just deciding whether I'm inclined to kill you all or not.
Well, I think I've also sort of suggested you could probably do that. Probably could.
Oh, I could.
Yes. But I don't think you could do it easily.
You'd be wrong.
Well, I've
The
seen these people.
ambassador's here.
Yes, no, seem very, very good. I've seen these people do
No, you have
magnificent
not.
things. No, these people.
No. You have not in any way understood the grave danger you are in. I watched him single-handedly take on over 100 cultists. By himself. It sits there, it's unfolded. It was only 70. 69.
Nice.
One of them wasn't actually a cultist, 68. He says, pedantry. But I have no concern for my safety at all. I have, as they say, all the cards. I am the one making the decision, and I am legally within the right to do with you almost whatever I wish. Rare situation. You, I would probably let go regardless. There would be precedents set if I were to kill you, but no one else would be an issue.
Who was she pointing to then?
Gerhard.
Because only his dad can judge him, right?
Strictly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I would probably let you go, and by that I mean imprison you. Find out if anyone knew you were here, and if they didn't, then it would be very easy to just have you disappear. I do believe there's some issues with your family just now anyway. I'd investigate that, and I'm sure I would find something that would make it quite easy for you to vanish. It wouldn't be difficult. My position is quite clear. I can do whatever I wish here. The question is, what do I wish to do? Trust, as you say, is not going to happen. I'm not going to trust you, nor are you going to trust me. Trust is earned. And there is nothing here that would suggest that trust will be earned through this small negotiation. Trust comes with time. I did not trust the ambassador when I first met him. We have been allies for a long time, however. It is coincidence that he is here. As we discussed earlier, there is no such thing as coincidence. Yes, I think I've made my discussion. I think I've made my points. She says, given the nature of this, I shall leave it in your hands to make any concluding point before I definitely decide. Have you anything else you'd like to say, my lord? Don't worry, I'm just putting you on the spot. I've already decided.
No, I know. I don't think there's anything there I could say anyway.
No, there's not. I've already decided. I want to know what your questions are.
Ah, well,
She says, and a half smile creeps across her face.
that's and you, again, you're not obligated to answer any of these, so no, it's not. It would be nice, but I'm not necessarily going to be the one that asks them, because when it comes to this sort of thing, well, we try and work together collectively, whether it be a good thing or a bad thing. Looking at the table and the broken things, as you can see. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyway.
Scholar folds his arms, goes, really? Can't you just tell him to fuck off? He says, please, language. Oh, for goodness sake, go. Your father never was bothered by such things. My father's a giant cockroach. She says,
Good inclusion of the roach.
A giant.
Literally.
quite literally.
Oh,
So warpstone will do.
Yes, it is. My father made some foolish choices, and he has been on the receiving end of them.
right. Apologies, that was probably quite crass from my end. Then
It
if that's
was.
the case. Yep. No. Well,
Can I-
hence my apologies.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
Why treat your people the way that you do?
They're not
Treating
my people.
cultists.
I have no people. They're all dead. My
Who-
grandfather killed them.
Who's in the village?
Cultists. We provide them with nepenthe. Nepenthe wipes their memories. They have no recollection of who they were. We use them to attract folk in.
Convenient. Everyone's cultists around here.
Even the children.
There is an unfortunate side effect of being damned. Your children are also damned. It is an unfortunate side effect of being human. There's no way around it. This was discovered almost 150 years ago.
So her grandfather is damned.
Yeah, but he was presumably fell after she was born.
Correct.
Well, she didn't specify.
Well, it was construable, Elric.
Stew?
That is tragic.
It is.
It's cruel.
Cruelty is subjective.
Yeah, you're subjecting them to the cruelty.
Yes, I am. Their souls are damned. They are the tools of the dark gods. They will rise up against us.
They're your tools. You are making them your tools.
Yes, I am.
So you're using the dark, or the ruinous powers.
As you use magic.
It's not the same.
It is. It is exactly the same.
You can use magic
Yes.
in an evil way,
Yes.
but no, I can't agree.
What is better? I burn them?
It's better they're put out of their suffering. They
No,
are made to
because
pay
then they
for it.
go to the
Yes.
dark gods. Their souls will have eternal torment, far worse than anything I can subject them to. If anything, I'm granting them mercy for what horror lies beyond.
I agree with
You would send them to horror, sir.
I
I
would-
do not send them to horror.
Sigmar would send them to horror.
No, but Sigma would be wrong, because she is right. Not only will they go to horror, they would strengthen the ruinous powers.
Yes, they would.
You would have that? Here, she makes them forget, and they do nothing for the ruinous powers. If she killed them, their souls would feed the ruinous
I
powers.
seem to be quite willing to kill all the previous ones.
Who,
that we
me?
met. Yeah.
Well, I don't care one way or another. I don't know when humans have fallen or not.
No, I think this is an important part of it. I wanted to know the questions. They bring different answers. Is there anything else you'd like to know?
What's a Sigmarian heresy?
Ambassador? Yes, Sigmarian heresy. It's very simple.
Settle in.
Started with Teclis. Because Teclis made it quite clear. I don't know if you know, Teclis was an elf. A wizard. And he started the colleges of magic. I wasn't there then, but I met him. Quite the fellow. And he made the mistake of actually telling the truth at the beginning. And he made it quite clear that the priests, all the priests that were blessed, were just wizards. As far as he was concerned, they were wizards. Entire families of wizards in some cases who thought they were blessed by some ancient god or deity. Teclis was convinced it was not the case. He later recanted much of this. Not specifically. He didn't say I was wrong. He just simply stopped explaining it and occasionally withdrew from any argument that came up concerning it. But loosely, the Sigmarian heresy is based on the idea that Sigmar in particular is not a god. Because Teclis noted there was a difference between the Sigmarites and the other cults. The other cults in their quiet seclusion were calling upon gods, and perhaps they were wizards, perhaps they weren't, but in every case, they found a method of stopping Sigmarite magic and told no one other than Volans. Of course, I was in the chamber when he told Volans that he could stop Sigmarite divine prayers. He had found a way to do it.
But not the other.
Not the other gods. He could find no way around. He was convinced they were all wizards. And he would find in time a way to do it all. You have to understand, he was surrounded by Sigmar at that point. No great surprise that was the first one that he figured out. But this was enough for the Sigmarite heresy, the Sigmarian heresy, to spread from this single fact. Exactly where it came from, who can be sure, because we didn't spread it. But it spread from that point that Sigmar never, ever was, or indeed is, a god. He's just a man. He's a man who lived. An emperor, great emperor. The dwarves have always accepted him as a god because he is our ancestor. But they don't, truly speaking, regard their gods as gods. They're their ancestors. They are worthy of emulation because they are the greatest of their kind. And Sigmar should do the same. The word that they use for God is not the same word that we use. It does not deify in the same way that we do. But with dwarves using Reichspiel saying ancestor God and then just God, because humans like to keep it simple. The dwarves were supporting them all the way through, goes the heresy. Unwittingly supporting them the whole way through. No realization of what they were doing to humanity, reshaping their beliefs, so to speak. And of course, there is a certain pride to be had about having the only God that has arisen from mortality. Here, in the now, he was mortal and he has risen up. Myrmidia, we all know, walked the world also. We listen to the elf, this is forbidden, but she did it 2,200 years ago. She was down in Tilia Nastalia, but she came to the world. A goddess who manifested and then later returned to the realm of the gods. She was never mortal. She lived the life of a mortal, but she was never from mortality. Sigmar is quite unique. And this is something that the cult has long been proud of. Of course, the cult of Renald claims that Renald was human and tricked his way into immortality by supping from Shalia's chalice. The Sigmarian heresy claims that that's definitely not the case. That Renald was always a god and just tricked people into thinking that he was mortal. Indeed, the cult of Shalia has of late been espousing this and spreading the word through the Testament of Pergunda, a seer in the south, who has been making it clear that Renald was always a god. But this has done nothing more than support the Sigmarian heresy. And it has taken root in the Teutogan Guard and the Teutogans to the north. Ulricans. Sigmarites claim that Ulric crowned Sigmar as a god, not long after his death. The Ulricans, many of them now, are claiming that he was never a god. Ulric did no such thing. And sadly, my life has led me to conclude that that's very possibly the case. After all, everyone says Magnus walked through the flame, that he was Sigmar reborn. He did not walk through the flame. Magnus did not walk through the flame. Told me himself. There was a trick. They did it to get the Middenlanders on side, the Middenheimers on side. They passed through the flame, supposedly. It was all an illusion. A holy illusion, suffused with Heish, so to speak. But then Volans. There not only was no compare to him with Heish, there was no compare to him for anything. Magnus wasn't lying to me, Volans wasn't even human. And he'd been tricking the other elves that were with them. The whole thing was a trick. Magnus was nothing more than a banner that was being waved to gather all the troops behind him. And he claimed this was true, and I have no reason to believe he would lie to me. And it does make one then doubt, did Sigmar do the same thing? A repetition of what came before? I have no doubt that they went to Kislev's gate and they won the day. They crushed the opposing force. It did not end the war. The war went on for decades in truth. But their attempt to rush down through the old world died that day. It fragmented the Great Horde. Individual warlords spiraled off into the mountains, into forests, and to elsewhere. It took a long time to clear up that. And to this day, the forests are still much more dangerous in certain parts of the Empire than they were beforehand. That much is true. The Sigmarian heresy states that Sigmar is not a god and never was. And the worst part of the Sigmarian heresy is it might be true. And the reason that it is an unfortunate thing is because everyone that has espoused it, that has come this way, and that I have encountered, has of course either been a cultist or been someone who has been influenced by a cultist. And I do not mean a happy cult of Sigmar. A cult of the demon gods. They have been spreading this, but it doesn't mean it's a lie. So, That is the Sigmarian heresy as it stands. Make of it what you will or what you won't. It is obviously a heresy. It does not go down very well in certain quarters, but it does go down very well in the north, which, if you intend to go there, should the good lady allow you to leave, is something you will have to contend with. They do not appreciate the false god to the north. Well, in the north they don't appreciate the false god to the south, I suppose. And it plays very well in Talabecland as well, where Sigmarism had been banned by the Ottoman Emperor to stand themselves separate. They already believed in the Sigmarian heresy. Throughout the Ottoman Emperor, their opinion was that Sigmar was the first emperor, not a god to be worshipped. This is an old heresy that, sadly, Teclis half confirmed. So, Sigmarian heresy. Yes. Is that enough, my lady? She says, I think so. Does anyone have any questions concerning the Sigmarian heresy? That is how I believed it to be the case.
Want to ask the follow-up questions?
Well, yeah, how does this relate to Blessed Helga?
As she says, I am not sure I understand your question.
Well, the Helga, the inscription on the chapel there.
Yes.
Is this tied to the Sigmarian heresy, or is that some more personal grudge?
I see. I can't be certain what the answer to that is. The chapel to Blessed Helga. She is my ancestor. She is a Wittgenstein.
Interesting.
She says.
How distant?
Oh, quite distant. Almost 1,000 years.
I think we may be distantly related then, my lady.
Almost 1,000 years, then possibly very distantly related. I imagine I'm more closely related to the good Lord Youngfreud. Our bloodlines have crossed more than once.
But why does it damn her to burn? Is that not what you said it said?
May her soul suffer and...
Yes, classical.
It says as long as her soul suffers, this place will be
Good,
safe.
Good, protected.
Is that just Sigmarine?
It's an old myth.
Will you tell us it?
I have no desire to go into its greater depths, but suffice to say that should you believe the myth, then one of my ancestors went north to reclaim a lost artifact. And she was captured. And there was some form of curse or another that, frankly, when one looks at the tales, makes very little sense. It is almost pitched like a fairy tale. But as long as she refused to yield to the dark gods, then they could not claim the weapon. And that she is, to this day, being tormented to the north on a great plain of skulls. One does not exactly countenance that to be real, but it is certainly a tale I had heard, read, repeated to me by my father, when he wasn't quite so obsessed with his piano. Oh, sorry, he's on a harpsichord now.
So who was playing the harpsichord before?
Probably a cockroach.
Multiple hands. Okay, anybody?
I have. Well, keep going.
Well, just one final follow-up for the ambassador, if I may. You alluded to the Sigmarian heresy and me in particular. Indeed, you seemed to claim to know my parentage.
Yes.
On what were you basing that? Because I don't know my parentage.
I do.
Would you be so kind as to share?
Looks over. She says, you might not want to hear it. Might cause some problems, boy. And I mean internal problems.
Ah, right.
We've seen some of those.
Say no more.
It's up to you whether you want to know or not.
I mean, you could tell me in private.
Nope. If I tell you in private, then it will fester. If I tell you in private, I'm as well to damn you.
You could tell Lucas.
No.
No.
Told
No.
him.
No more secrets. That was what I swore when I embarked upon this path. Tell us.
Well, you asked for this. Yes, you can tell him. He goes, right. All right. I am a studier of the end times. It's my entire reason for existing now. I was charged to do this, and I have methods. I am allied to forces that would not traditionally be seen as allies to the courts of the Empire. And they have provided me with access to information that is not easy to find. In particular, I spent over 100 years in the old capital of Ostermark, Mordheim. It says. Now, Mordheim, for those of you who don't know your legends, was struck down by Sigmar himself, so the legends say. A great comet came from the sky, and because of Mordheim's iniquity, Sigmar destroyed the city. This is not true. It is what the cult says, but it's not true. I have been there for some time studying it with, let us say, some allies. Allies you would not find particularly palatable. A very different type of, let's say you're a vampire, she says. All right, I'm a bloody vampire. He says, I'm a vampire, and they're really horrible vampires, really ugly things, really ugly, but they're really, really good scholars. And I joined a group of them for about 100 years, sitting down in Mordheim, studying the place. Apprentices of this chap called Melchior, who refused to see me. So we all were sitting down there studying the place, trying to figure out exactly what was what. Because this place is broken. Broken. Time itself is fractured. And it's broken because of what lies in the middle of it. Something that had been captured and no longer is, strictly. Because time is broken. So there is a point where it can be free. So it is free. That is your father. Because it possesses mortals. And it sows seeds. We've traced 7 of the children. Spread across time. Most of them are dead. You're one of them. They make children for a reason. The end times. You're destined to fall. And of course, it's always the cult of Sigmar. And we've come to a conclusion, me and my peers. It's because of the Sigmarian heresies, and it's true. And you're destined to find out about it. You asked.
Have you say you study the end times? Have you studied the prophecies of
Folks, his own arms.
Rootweaver?
It's a demon, by the way. First demon, Prince, actually. It's your father. He
The
says,
first demon prince was what was bound in the place that you got taken to.
it's going to be dogging your footsteps, guiding you every way. Some believe it's Sigmar.
It is
Some believe it actually is Sigmar.
the first demon
That it
prince.
uses the myth of Sigmar. That every vision that comes from Sigmar comes from it.
The first demon prince is an elf.
Well, there we go. That wouldn't surprise me. That's new. He says, they'd really like to hear that, by the way. Really? Are you sure of that?
I am positive.
I'm going to be very impressed with that one.
Might I ask if you have
Do
studied?
you have any proof of that? Any papers? Anything that, parchments?
I
Old
don't-
stone scrolls? Anything?
Might I ask you a question? You say you study the end times.
Yes,
Have
yes.
you studied the prophecies of an elf named Rootweaver?
Oh, I would like to meet her. Says she's the primary source for this current cycle.
I am her.
What?
I am her.
What are you doing down here?
My
What?
name
No,
is-
you're not. No.
My name is Alamanawith, as hers was.
No, you'll be far too. What would you be doing with these children? Don't be ridiculous. What? You're acting like a child. I've met old. You're not an old elf. And he looks at her. I have no idea. What? Well, prophesy something then.
No, I do not do that anymore. I have taken
What?
a new path.
I don't even understand. What do you
But
mean you've taken
you
a
have
new
studied her prophecies.
path? Yes, of course I've studied her prophecies.
Of
Bloody
Morr,
bleak.
resplendent in green, and something astride the Reik. Shadows over Bogenhafen, all of those ones.
Yes.
Did you meet her?
No, not at all. I told you I'd really like to. Are you sure you... No. What? Why would you lie?
I am not her. She is dead.
There we go. He says, there we go, you're not her. Folds his arms again.
She is dead.
Who killed her?
Well, if prophecy goes right, a horned rat apparently kills her. And upon that, an odd odour hits the air.
Birdie rises to her feet.
Alamanawith leaps under a table.
Flighty.
Yeah, the conversation will have to take place somewhere else. We need to get out of here right now. All of us. And she looks at their dinner companions. All of us. Now.
Is that horned rat coming?
Well, let's just say, if you have a big chunk of warpstone in the castle, there are interested parties who don't mind killing everybody to get at it. And they're here. And unless you want all your bits melting from your bones, we need to move. Right now. That's what that smell is. Right now. And she starts striding towards the door.
All right, up and at him. Lucas, come on, let's go.
Get the baby! Have you got the baby?
Yeah, where are the rest of our people?
Upstairs.
I'll go for it.
Yeah.
You're running off on upstairs.
Come with us if you want to live. Ha
Can I
But yeah, we'll take you with us if we have
the
to.
smoke breath thing? Which
If
basically
you want to
makes
cast a spell,
money
yeah,
off-
go for it.
Can I?
Blessing your breath.
Blessing your breath, please. Thank you.
You mean cast your spell, Sigmarian heresy?
Yeah.
So does Sigmar bless you?
Yeah.
Superb.
Well, I know where the baby's been.
Interestingly,
Right, 'cause we- yeah.
only me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You are all blessed. Only worked to me.
Yeah.
Alamanawith will shout back to Birdie, take Greta to the barge. I will get the baby.
Lead the way.
You don't know how to get to the barge.
I say to Wittgenstein, lead the way.
As she says,
Would please.
Not protected from poisonous gases.
oh yeah, with the
You still cast it, but
yeah, totes. As she just looks at you. What is the concern?
The gas that we can spell.
An
Come
explosion goes off in the distance. Now, given where you're sitting, I can even actually show you. We should have moved these around, shouldn't we? It comes from this direction. A deep, reverberating explosion. You feel it through the chairs or through your feet, should you be standing. And that's enough, obviously, for the good lady to immediately turn in the direction where the sound's coming from. The vampire, no, he's not a vampire, really, is he? Well, he proves to be a vampire. The doors open by the front part. You don't see him move.
Nice.
You just see the door, and he's gone. Well, holy crap balls. He might not have been wrong in his estimation of just how potentially puissant he might be. And from the outside you hear, help! All right, are you gonna help me? Sigrid's voice. Are you gonna help me? She's been absorbed by it. If you believe their story. Help, no help! I'm just out here! And you hear a slopping noise from outside the front door. Okay, what's our plan? Alamanawith, you're running upstairs.
I'm fetching the-
Okay, so
the
you're all the
baby.
way up there. Birdie, what are you doing?
Show us to the barge.
You saying that too?
Lady von Wittgenstein, she's the only one that knows.
No, Lucas and Greta know.
Do they?
Yeah,
Yes,
they
they
were
do,
brought up.
because they came up.
Well, if you want to come with us, otherwise stay here and, face what's coming.
She says, what exactly is coming?
Yes.
Okay, while you're dealing with that, what's Leopold doing?
Get Bertie to tell the truth.
Well, Luvalus, his blessing protects him from suffocating, but not from poison. So he's going to shove his earplugs up his nose and keep his mouth shut. Don't need to breathe.
Stop.
And I guess we'll stand up and take his hammer out and look a bit confused.
Sounds good. Gerhardt.
You've got earplugs.
Yeah, I've been keeping them ever since the sausage adventure.
Okay.
Yes, it's right. I think we all
Me,
have.
Lucas, we gotta get the fuck out of here. Which way's the boat?
It's he sits down. It's down the stairs, Master. You have to go right to the back and round.
All right, let's go.
Right, of course. This way.
Good. Excellent. I trust
he
Bertie.
says-
Whatever she says, do it. Especially when she says like
Bum,
that.
bum, bum. You're up the stairs, and how do you respond to her question?
Because I know them. And I'm
Know
not hanging
what?
around. The people that are coming in.
What people?
Are they all rushing off, or are they all
Yeah.
standing around?
He's just standing there.
He's got his earplugs in, though.
No. If I told you they were Skaven, would you know what I meant?
No. And
Fine.
you mean what are you doing?
And I'm like, lady, we need to go kill your grandfather. Who is he hiding as? Where is he hiding? If clearly you don't look like you're coming with us, tell us so before we get out of here.
She says, I see no reason to abandon where I am.
Just in the background.
Run! Hiking, pulling him down the stairs. Alright, what are you doing?
He's standing up,
Yep.
but he's going to wait for White to come down before
Okay,
he makes...
sounds good.
Yeah.
Greta will be standing right by where you are as well, because obviously Wife can be far
Yeah,
past
she doesn't care about her baby.
No,
She just
she's
knows
waiting.
I'll get there quicker.
Yeah, she just knows you'll get there quicker. And looks exceedingly anxious as Yume and Birdie are both looking at Lady von Wittgenstein. And there's a sudden onrush, of wind beside you. And a voice just by your shoulder that says, the bridge is down. As she goes, well, that's unfortunate. So who did it? The cultists they brought with them.
That we brought with us.
Yeah, the rebels.
Outlaws.
All of
Yeah,
Sigrid's supposed.
Oh, right, I see. I'm not even here. I'm out.
Down the stairs! Down the
I've got
stairs!
Lucas under one arm because he can't run as well.
Technically a
Yeah.
hug?
Well, this is what I'm going to argue just in case things go really
I
badly.
like it! As you make your way down, the stairs back at... Oh shit, it's dark. You really should have thought this through.
Doesn't matter.
Well, you can't see left and right. It's dark. You're going to need to go up and get yourself a good candle.
matches.
I do have matches. I have matches.
Yeah, what are you going to light?
This is the worst thing that I started. My first word was going to be Lucas.
Well, while you're sitting there in the darkness,
Yeah, I'm
and
just
Lucas
in
is
the
like,
dark
I think we need to get ourselves a candle or something, or maybe Elric, as Alamenowithe comes down the stairs with the baby, who's awake and somewhat upset to have been yanked out of his evening nap.
She'll sing a little song to him.
As Greta, obviously, realising you're much faster and more capable than her, somewhat begrudgingly accepts that you carrying the baby is probably better, and says, right, are we ready to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell her what's coming. If you think we are all going to die, make her see so she comes to. She cannot be lost. She is a great weapon of this empire.
Who cares? Let's go.
We care.
I don't.
They're rat people, and they want the warp stone because it's what they use. And they've wanted it for a very long time, and this will have been planned to the nth degree. Please yourself, stay if you want, but you're not going to last very long. But we'd rather take you
The
with us.
smell is getting stronger, and it's coming from out the front in the courtyard.
Yeah.
Um,
We don't have time to debate this. Come, don't come,
and
hell
you begin to
energy.
hear the screams. Multi-throated. High-pitched, low-pitched, somewhere in between. As whatever it is down in the pit begins to, well, at least suffer pain. And coughing. coughing and screams. As she says, rat beastmen.
Of a sort, kind of. Does it matter? We can debate this later. If you survive. Come
I'll
on.
survive.
Come on then.
And she goes in the opposite direction.
Fine.
Elemental's gonna grab like a candle or something and put the baby inside so he doesn't breathe in the smoke and just. Oh, thank you,
Leopold is
Elmer.
also going to.
Right. Well, if someone else has done it, then I'm
Just got a staff.
There's a wait for me.
Reaching the back up again.
Nope, I've got an idea.
What's your plan?
Presumably my health kit has alcohol in it.
It does have some alcohol?
Yep, alcohol, bandage, end of the rapier, flame, done. Let's rock and roll. Lucas, don't worry, I have this under
Do
control
yourself a
everywhere.
dexterity test.
I want... Oh, no!
He cuts himself on the rapier in the dark.
I'm okay!
Yes!
One success!
One success, you wrap it round quite tightly, nick yourself ever so slightly, but not enough to count as a wound. Get that round and woof, it goes up. As Lucas's face suddenly picked out in the flickering light, looking somewhat panicked on the other side, and says, Master, behind you.
What?
Just stab at it.
What are you doing?
I turn stab.
You turn stab! Okay, do yourself a melee test.
Oh, God.
Rapier!
It's good. It's not bad.
Yeah, how we do?
3 successes.
I have -3, so that's total 6. Give me your damage, please.
12!
12, nice. As you turn around and just stab almost wildly. Where'd you hit?
In the 36, which
63.
is...
Your body.
Body.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah, 60, yeah.
And stab right into the centre of a furred mass. A rat-like face looks down, looks at you, and goes, and backs off fast. As you hear
Is
the
it on fire?
screeches,
Fire?
it's sadly not on
Ah.
fire. As you hear the screeches coming towards you from the very place where you intend to go.
Oh, this isn't good. They're coming up this tunnel. Get ready.
Help!
I mean, Leopold is heading down the tunnel.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Elric,
head down
clear the
and
way.
you can see the back of a hunched over, armoured, let's say creature. It's making its way up the stairs and it sounds panicked. But it's not just the back. It's the tail at the back, which is thrashing wildly from side to side, and the end of which has a maul on it with spikes. And it's flashing back, pretty much clearing the way as it goes. It's not undefended.
And I guess hitting it is going to be hard because of that tail.
It's going to make it harder. That much so certain. Not impossible. You can just go wall up if you wish to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I could attempt to wall up the tail, I guess. But yeah, let's do that.
Will a pole arm reach?
Bang! Yeah, you've got yourself. It's got reach in it, whole extra square. So
Yeah. May I?
Or
fighting ranks.
no, that's what I was. Yeah, no, that's what I was going to do. I've only
I'm
got
keeping
one
my
arm.
roll regardless
I've only
because
got
it's
one arm,
hilarious.
so yeah. Yeah, so 4 successes.
How'd you do?
I'm gonna re-roll.
Not very well.
5 successes.
5 successes. As it goes and it's making its way back as you're stabbing up towards it. It goes up towards the light up above. As the pole pashes it, it causes it to turn round, and you see it. Yep, it's a beastman, all right, but it's most certainly a rat-faced beastman. Its eyes look at you and panic as you wallop it on the skull with your hammer. Crunch. Half of its face squidges down, collapses, its teeth burst free, blood splashes as it shuts up quite quickly, collapses to the ground, and bloody froth spills out across the stairs there.
Nice
Is
one,
it an enemy
Father.
of Sigma?
Very well possibly is.
Well, if it is, it'll catch fire.
Here's your light.
Presumably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, my hammer is also emitting lights, but yeah.
And down at the bottom you can see him holding his rapier, which is also a light, like Sigma himself has
Nice.
set it on fire with a bandage. What are you
Sigma
doing,
of
mate?
the mind.
She's not answering my question, is she?
Nope, she's already strode
walked
out.
away.
Great. I guess I'll leave as well, because there's no reason why I should.
Twist round, you can hear the sounds of conflict from there already. You can also, as you look back, see some fingering mist beginning to push its way in through the main door. It's green and it shifts unnaturally.
They walked out the door.
They went out that way, yeah.
There any chance I'm close enough to hold my breath and close that door before?
I mean,
The
you
door
could go
closed
running
behind
towards
you.
it if you wish to do so, yes. Are we heading towards the smoke?
That's a good idea, Face.
that is definitely
Why
not a
not?
good
Why
idea.
not
That's
just
burn your
run and
fortune.
close the door behind us at the top of the stairs?
True. Yeah, I'll guess I'll do that instead.
Okay, turn around, run. What's Elric doing as this is all going down?
He's waiting for he's going to be the last person out of the room.
Okay, sounds good. So he's standing at the top of the stairs,
Yeah,
waiting
but
for
he's
them to
also
marshal
beginning to
themselves
channel.
and move down. Sounds perfect. Do your channeling test. Birdie's done a whack. You've done a whack. What's Alamanowith doing?
Alamanowith's going to say, Birdie Leopold, hold the front. Elric will follow up.
What? A plan?
A plan, yeah.
What's happened
And we
to
will
you
make our way
people?
down, clearing the way for Elric behind. I will guard the back.
Andy,
She'll start to cast
Does
a...
Elric got a negative for magic reasons?
Yes, he is. Mine's 2.
-2. So four
Yeah,
successes.
for the spirit down below.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I knew he hadn't cast just because he
Yeah,
didn't want to
yeah.
attract.
That's absolutely. Well, now you don't have much of a worry.
I thought that it was something from when he got hit by
It's Barracuda.
Barracuda.
Oh no, you're right.
It was
Barracuda. It was
Barracuda.
Barracuda. I was mixing up the others. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Where's
Awesome.
Greta? Greta
Okay,
and Lucas
Greta
stay in the
will
middle.
was right
Lucas is
beside
with me.
Elric and will happily sit
the
into the
front.
middle of slotting should people be making their way down. You're making your way down to where Gerhardt is.
Yes.
Okay, so you're making your way down. You're coming in at the back. Are you going to also pursue your way down? Let's just get ourselves a loose marching order for where that's going. So you've got, as you're making your way over to the stairs there that go down into the lower levels. So Elric's sitting at the top. Sitting at the front goes good old... There, Yumi's sitting in the middle, sort of. Menowith's sitting in the middle, sort of. As Gerhardt gets met down at the bottom.
I think I'm going to have to give the baby
Yeah,
to Greta.
We're going to shove right past Gerhardt so
Yeah.
we're in front of him.
That sounds good.
Because I think
As
I'm
they
more
stride
likely
down.
to get hit than Greta.
You've got a broken arm at the moment. You sure?
I've also got a flaming fucking hammer.
Yeah. Okay. Everything okay? Can I just do like a quick check? Because he's literally just been told that Sigmar is a demon and all
Yeah,
that sort
yeah,
of
he
stuff
has.
in terms of his
Yeah, by a
mentality.
vampire, they lie.
Sure. Okay. Still might have like thingied you.
We're
How are
all
you-
going to deal
how
with
are you
our
feeling?
individual demons later.
How are you feeling? You right?
Now's not the time, my lord.
All right. Fair enough.
He's doing a leadership test.
So,
Yeah. What is that?
Will Greta take the baby? If I give her the baby?
yes, she
Because I
absolutely
think
will.
I'll be more likely to get in
She
a fight than
absolutely
yeah.
will. I'll make her feel much happier too.
Stay in the middle. Yumi at the back with me.
Okay, as you make your way down, we hit ourselves
Can
a
you hide
crossroad. And Lucas goes, left! We go left!
All right.
Left we go.
Left. Lucas, have you learned how to use that thing yet? I'm pointing at the gun.
He
Pistol.
says, well, no. He says, I can clean it. I was cleaning it. Sorry, whisper.
Right.
Clean it. I
We're
was
still
cleaning
That's
moving,
fine. Stop
right?
it.
We're
No,
not
we can
stopping
keep
for
going.
talk.
Yeah, keep going.
Can
That's
I
okay.
hear anything that I might
Yeah,
recognize?
Can I hear it?
Perception test. Perception test.
Can I do a prayer? Well,
Yes, of course you can.
4 successes.
She whispers a
my-
prayer to Renal.
6
yes,
successes and acute sense hearing.
Oh, sweet! Okay, so yes, you can. The classic skittering of rats in the walls, and you can hear staccato screeches that clearly suggest some form of communication coming from where you're going to.
Sounding a bit like what we heard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Eric?
When we
He's
get there,
continuing to
just let me
channel
listen.
while letting people know I'm going to throw a fucking fireball down this hall, so just get ready to duck.
Okay.
Do we, like, I don't think we know this, but I think Birdie would know this. That they're really, like, you just put on a show of force and, like, they've run before. So if he just strides forward and chucks a fireball down, it might just scatter them and let us go through.
We've seen this in the
You're
clips.
stealing all my lines.
Sorry.
but yes,
But yeah,
yes,
so
absolutely.
he's still just channeling.
Just for you to shout out to.
Oh yeah, don't
Cool.
worry.
He's ready
well.
to go.
Do you have a command, like a word?
Move.
Right.
Maybe duck.
When
Clarity.
I
You know that
see,
he
I've got quite good
screams,
night.
Yes,
a
you do.
phrase when he casts it, but he will give you the heads up.
Got quite good night vision. Can I see if there's any smoke or green stuff coming down the stairs?
It's behind you. You're already round the corner from the stairs. So you
Then
can't
I'm
see
just
there.
going to cast a precautionary blow, wind, blow, Alagu flow, and get a breeze going behind us.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
And I had 3 successes on my pretest.
Oh,
Excellent.
good.
Wait, and you have cast?
You
Oh,
ain't
you
seen me
have
yet.
cast. Invoked would be better.
Yes.
You ain't seen me,
Is
right? Yumi's gone!
I don't think
Again.
that's enough to give it to somebody else.
No, it's not. I don't think.
No, it should be. Yeah, because it affects you automatically.
Oh, is it
And
me
then
on
every
the
Plus 2 on
lets
top
you
of
do.
that. So
Okay,
yes.
then I will
Give it
give
to
one
Greta.
to Armanoy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although not the baby floats.
Floating
Give
baby.
it
Well, no
Give
pays
it to
attention
Greta.
to that.
Yeah.
Inconspicuous.
Give it to
Yeah,
Greta.
totally.
Yeah, okay. Greta can have it.
Another T-junction to which Greta says, right, yes, it's right, says Lucas on top of that. Right. And we're going to be moving all the way to the back, and there should be a spiral staircase, and it just goes sort of down for quite some time.
We're
This
gonna.
isn't the way that we came the last time, was it?
No, we went a different
Yeah.
The
going
opposite
out the back.
direction to where all the cells were.
Yeah.
As we're scurrying down, poor choice of words. I'll brief everybody as we're going. We are going to come up against them. We need to look as scary as possible. You've met them before. You know that they're cowards. We need to go in hard. You'll need to do a show of force. We just need to scare them and kill as many as we can as we go.
Can I have a perception test from you, please?
Yeah.
It all falls silent.
What is my perception?
You're not going to benefit from it.
Okay.
You're going to hear it, but you're not going to benefit because you.
Wait one.
6.
Oh, well
6.
done.
Nice.
Oh, sweet!
Well done.
Okay,
Done.
with
Done.
6 then, I'm going to give you precise translation deeds. As you go over, you fall quiet, you explain to them what they have to do, you reach the top of the stairs, and you can hear echoing up the stairs. Prime the war bomb! War bomb! Prime the war bomb!
Oh, good! They've got a bomb. That's handy. I tell everybody. We need to...
Everybody, do yourself an endurance test.
A bomb test.
Yay.
Oh, success.
Sweet.
2 successes.
Sweet.
6 successes.
The big sigh from Gerhardt over there. How about yourself?
I
He's
re-rolled
such a
into an
delicate wee
88.
flower.
Oh
You re-rolled into an 88 on the test right after he said the word warp bomb.
Yep.
That can't be
What
good.
did you roll first? of all?
93 first.
Oh.
Now,
I don't feel so
there
bad
is-
now.
Look how happy you've made
There
it.
is always, of course, the opportunity to listen to the whispers of the dark gods and just go, you know what? I could re-roll that. You know, you're in a prime situation where you can, and I'm going to interrupt, and then Kay, from the other side, it's like a good angel, a bad angel. You could just spend a fate point and fix the roll. That's one of the things you can do with fate points. You can just fix it. But it means a fate point. And I'm happy for it to do after the test, because that's fate for you. It's an expensive cost, but you can't just fix it, even after a reroll. Now, we haven't been using this rule much because we haven't been going with the full depth of fate point rules, but as the campaign goes on, fate becomes more useful.
Or
Oh,
the
man.
first option was to re-roll with
Yeah, reroll with a whisper from the dark
Corruption.
gods. Corruption point.
But you'll let her use the fate if
But
that
if you
goes
wish.
wrong.
Yeah.
Pardon?
If the corruption went
No.
wrong. But you said
Oh.
it could be used after a reroll.
A
to
re-
fix
yeah,
it.
yes, a
After
reroll,
reroll.
No,
not
a corruption roll.
She's making a choice whether to use fate or whether to use something else. Or you can just keep your 88.
No way. With a warp bomb, that is not a good idea.
You could.
It's not there yet.
It might
But it
turn the
might be.
explosion into butterflies.
It
You
also
never
might
know.
just explode itself anyway.
If you fate it, you could
Not
critical it.
unfair.
Should I be rolling for Lucas as well? Just
Ah, yes, definitely.
No, and-
Sorry, pardon me, I'm roll for Greta too.
Great, is good.
Lucas is fine.
What's the plan? We didn't answer. No, I'm sorry to say. What's the plan, you may?
Oh fuck. I will re-roll it with a corruption.
fair enough.
Good choice.
Come on.
Good choice.
Says the people most corrupt people around the table. I think
Yeah,
I,
2 successes.
I think I have
2
more
successes.
corruption than you
Yeah.
now.
5 fails for me then, if that's the case. Now we've got to the end of that.
You're blown from your feet.
Oh, great.
As
Brilliant.
a huge shudder. Dust falling down from the skies. The skies? the ceiling. Bits of brick, stone, and you tumble forward, boof, boof, and you hear a voice. No, just go to the right. And without thinking, you do.
Oh, shit.
And you hear what sounds almost like a purr. No, it's turning to a squeal as another bite is taken. Now,
Are you still invisible?
the exact nature of spirits from the pond is not very well known outside of the pond. But there they have a very different set of beliefs. It's not a simple matter of there are spirits and there are demons. They believe they are all the same thing. And that if you don't tend to your spirits correctly, they become demons. Unbeknownst to Yume, her fox spirit was significantly more powerful than that which tried to devour it. But her abandonment of it has turned it sour. The crunch that she hears is not the fox spirit being devoured, it's the other way around. Crunch. As down beneath the bottom, the long pillar that they had been hoping to get all the way down, the fox spirit twists, curls, and crunches in on the bomb. Poor Skaven have absolutely no idea what's happening. They're already fleeing. Flee! 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 Run! Flee! Run! Flee! In every direction they can, one literally runs into a wall. As astral teeth come out from nowhere. Big glowing eyes, 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of them. Wisping up with orange light. Crunch! Long white fur twisting into fire and terror as emotion is made palpable. Boom! On the bomb. They had planned for this bomb to go off later. That was their goal. To set it, prime it, and go. Oh no. Too tasty. Boom! Crunch! As that part, should one be on the outside, looking at the great castle and the pillar that it stands upon, that entire section blows outwards. And an enormous green-tinged explosion, and wrapping around it is an altogether too long creature. Orange fur, blood all through it, warpstone rippling down its length as part of the explosion is consumed as it spins round and round with an elongated body.
Oh, I have so much penitence.
It howls down below. But that's nothing more than an explosion as everything shakes. You can hear screeches and howls and screeches. What's your plan? As you're sitting at the top of these stairs.
Peg it.
Help me up!
There's only one way to the barge, right?
Yeah.
Something scared him off. Now's a good time to go.
Make your way down. Right, so we're going to do a simple Dice of Doom.
Just one.
Everybody roll D10. Tell me what you roll.
2.
2.
4.
4.
6.
8.
7.
3.
7, 3. So no doubles, but we do have 1 8.
Can
we
we
got a
use
double.
What?
Oh.
A double 8. Oh,
Hang on.
I
No,
must admit,
I'll spend
but
of
nobody got a 7 or a 9, so
Yeah.
can
So,
they move
yeah,
it?
One up, one
yeah.
down. Yes, you
One
can.
up,
You
one
spend a
down.
fortune point, move it up, down.
Well, no,
We're
I
off
got the
8.
7.
You could go down to a 6.
Yeah.
Fortune point.
She's got luck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, totes. Pum, 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 pum.
2.
We're all good?
I got a 3. So.
Masonry falls on all sides. Dust arises. It flickers and against the edge of your spell that you cast because you cast a spell to
Yeah,
hold your
that
breath.
was
So all around the masonry is falling down and crackling against the edge of his spell. Red swirls burning away at the edge of any of the masonry dust that's coming his way. At the front, I believe, is the good father and Birdie. As you make your way down, 1, 2, 3, dead Skaven, crushed by falling masonry. As you arrive in a plateau, a flat area with a door half broken at the end of it.
Any obvious clan markings? I'm assuming Skya because of the nature of some of the weaponry, but they sell them, so maybe
Yeah, they do
not.
sell them. So,
Yeah.
nice. Given, as you make your way along, what you see, you would guess that they are not any specific clan. They are working for a Grey Seer. All the marks are holy. And they're making holy marks, and they're timers. And all the timers, well, given what you know here, you would guess that they're set for quite some distance from now. It's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
It's all gone very wrong as boom. Down below, it rises up and goes up and spectrally passes through the lower level and bites at another warp.
Stop. Make it stop.
These timers weren't due to go off for a while yet. I don't know what's setting them off, but it's...
Boom! Everybody do yourself an endurance test followed by an athletics test.
Tenacious.
You've already passed endurance test and I'll let that one go actually.
Oh, tenacious too.
Yeah, I'll let the tenacious go
Just
because that's
athletics?
fun. Just athletics.
No,
Ugh, it's actually way
So
worse.
just 0 successes.
That's a
enough?
success, yeah.
I
Three
passed the
successes.
endurance test, but I failed the athletics one by 3.
Good. Stumbling from your feet as you're like, these things are not supposed to go. Bit of
trying to do many
stone
things at
lands on
once.
your leg. Can I have a cool check, please, from you?
Yeah, you can. I'm going to use my remaining fortune point to reroll that
do
99.
When the last fortune point goes.
I only have 3 successes.
I mean, not as much fun.
Sorry.
3 successes it is as you feel a sudden rise of anger. It washes over you. Your knuckles whiten. Actually whiten. You hear the big spirit that tried to kill you earlier down below swirling around. You still don't quite realize that it's your fault. You can feel its anger down there. And you can almost feel the throb coming from your blade. It's your job as Imperial Line.
I was thinking about that. It's just not good.
A big explosion has reverberation from below. Our large pillar of rock with a big gouge out that part has now got a big gouge out this part too. And it's somewhat precariously still standing because I passed the roll and that's quite funny. As you stagger back to your feet, for those of you who fell, and there ahead of you is that door half broken off its hinges. I presume we're just making our way through it. We need another channeling test for you to maintain the channel that you've got going, please. 88.
Ooh, fortune. That's a straight up 100. And yeah, he's fine.
Superb. So you hold it in place as you make your way over to the stairs that again make their way down as we go across a natural cave point and then back down into a tunnel. I presume we're all making our way down there.
Yeah.
Dice of Doom, unless anyone's got anything they're doing as they move down. No.
So
Eat again.
can you just...
Seven.
The spirit
10.
is below us?
Yes,
Okay.
1.
at the moment. You're not quite sure. But
10.
yeah. 3.
Oh, we got a double.
What's our double?
10. And we've got an 8.
Anyone fortune?
We can fortune
like-
point away the double, but we can't fortune point away the 8 because
Yeah.
That is a
Kath
shame.
doesn't have any left, unless we can give her one.
I'm
Not unless you've got the talent that
I've
allows
got two.
you to use fortune on behalf of his other. I believe it's called
She can
Savior.
get to 9.
That's good.
Did you get that one?
Just the 8.
Our local resident priest.
We'll see when the new careers.
Yeah, indeed.
We don't know.
I know I
That's
can all
funny.
do
So,
Funny for you or funny for us?
Funny for
it's
everyone.
for everyone. As you make your way down the spiral staircase, again shuddering, you pass by a natural cave that sits off towards the side. 2 dead Skaven, again on the stairs as you make your way down, broken by bits of rock, and you pass by a large opening that just goes out to a fall of almost 80 yards. And down below you can see the slight flicker of reflected light from Morrsleep,
No.
which is full up above.
Can we see the
course.
barge down there?
Pardon?
Can we see the barge?
Not
down
from this
there?
angle.
Okay, cool.
Morrsleep that's standing full and smiling at you. Just sitting there
Fuck
in
you,
the sky,
Morrsleep. Fuck you.
smiling. And you see the light reflected as a long pillar across the River Reik, which here is really quite wide. And because of the way two islands sit up ahead, it looks like it's a long, thin figure with two arms sticking out to either side, with Morrsleep as its head at the top.
Oh.
Okay, cool test. Anyone that sees that bad boy,
Let's do a big
you don't
roll
need to
of
do it. It's fine.
Who's anyone?
Oh,
Just
good.
out of
That's you.
curiosity. Oh, yeah.
4
4
successes.
Yep, good.
Oh,
I'm re-rolling.
mate. Yeah, I probably should, because I was going to maybe...
I don't think Greta will be looking.
No, she hasn't got much of a choice. As you
Oh,
pass
okay,
by,
right,
that
okay.
yawning expanse is enough to make you go, I have to avoid it, so you look in that direction.
Which is why he doesn't, because he doesn't need to.
5
One
successes. She's
So,
fine.
we're all good? All good? All good?
Fail for me, 2 fails. Lucas is fine.
You stop.
Yeah.
And there you see a great portal. And as they go scrabbling down, and who's right at the very back?
Me.
You'll see him just looking out, and his mouth is almost voicelessly just going more, more, more.
God, come on.
Like a great portal lies before you, and you're seeing the moon through it.
Well, I do have a spell for exactly these kind of moments.
I've also got
Is it called slapping?
Lucas on the arm as well, so if I've stopped, he'll probably
He'll
be
stop
going,
too.
fucking
I'll just try. If
Sir,
Lucas
please,
is trying to grab him, I'm just gonna like grab Gerhardt and we'll physically carry
And
him
you're
along.
yanked past that point. Can I have a cool test to avoid corruption?
Oh, that will be bad. Oh, let's spend a fortune point.
Oh, no, sorry. It's endurance for this one. I did the
Oh.
wrong skill.
What
It
was
was
what was
61.
my-
It was
It
a
was 61.
91.
Have I just done 61 twice?
Yeah.
Wow, that's quite impressive. 1 fail. Overall.
One corruption point.
Right. I'm already over my limit, Andy.
You are,
So
yes.
that takes me to 11.
So you do another
better.
endurance test. If you fail this, the path to mutation and the
Begins.
very concerns that people had for you
Yeah. I know.
begins.
Yay! 4 successes.
Ah, we'll get him one day. As you make your way down our damn it. Bim, bim, bim. And we hit another landing where you have to go back across a bit and then go down from this point. And again, next set of dice of doom.
I'm not sure I should
I
roll
really
again.
hate this.
I know.
3.
10.
Oh, 8.
7.
4
1.
with
Oh.
no doubles.
No dubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you go down now, because none of them ticked off, the entity, the fox, dives downwards and goes under the water, right under the water, and screams into a tunnel down there and starts chasing.
It's having the best time though. It's living its
Sounds like
best
it's having a
life.
really good time, yeah.
And at that point, warp lightning is unleashed down in the tunnels below. A crackle causing the entirety of the bed of the river there to collapse downwards. It was perhaps not the wisest choice from the poor individual that was trapped down there. In its panic, it unleashed a spell that damaged the very tunnel it was running away down. And sadly,
is the way
they
of
were in a tunnel
practice.
that was right, well, it's the whole River Reik above them. Not ideal as water floods downwards.
Everybody's got an embarrassing member of the family.
For those of you who happen to be on the outside looking in, which is currently none of you, it is nothing more than a slight swirl on the surface of the Reik.
Probably like the figure's cloak, just, you know.
By the time you reach the bottom of this part of the spiral staircase, unbeknownst to you, over 300 of Skaven are already dead. But the quarry is still going. Up at the front, as Skaven are pushed up to bar the entire thing with their bodies,
Wow.
to plug it with their bodies. 100 dead Skaven, almost enough to hold the Reik. Water comes piling along the tunnel along the other side and spurts up into the base here, causing another destabilization. And it's at this point when the warp bombs were supposed to go off.
Maybe they're damp.
Yeah, probably.
I think I could argue a slightly better. Maybe they were made by Skaven. Here we go!
Quality control's not our strong suit.
Okay, so the first one does not go off. The next one is where you are.
Oh God, how many of these freaking things are there?
It does not go off. The next one is above you. It doesn't go off. Next one above that. Oh, though that one goes. Boom. Oh, that one goes. That was like a crit bomb. The one above goes as well. Dingle, dingle, dingle. The bell rings the 13th toll as that one goes as well.
Oh, wow.
Boom, boom, boom. Above, but not below. Unfortunately, where you are. Boom, 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 boom. It's not a complete total party kill. As explosions wash out green fire in all directions above. This is too much for the outer keep and the pillar of rock upon which it stands. Indeed, there's little more than about so wide left standing that crunches and breaks, causing the entirety of that part of the keep to fall. Now, I'm going to roll a dice.
Which way does it fall?
Yeah, this is pretty important because if I roll an 8, it lands on your barge.
Oh no!
My
not
dogs!
The barge. At least the baby's here.
No, the dogs will be safe.
Meat pie!
It's a 6. So it slashes down and the barge pulls up and down on the wave that's caused by that part, crashing into the bottom. That's what you hear. What is our plan?
How have we gone down a lot further now?
You've gone down. Yeah, you reckon you're probably far. You don't know how far.
Like shoutable to Blutilda to like.
Yeah, possibly. She might already be going.
Brace the mainsail type stuff.
But she doesn't. Yeah, she's got enough people to sail that barge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Elemenwith will just
who's
start
at the
shouting.
front
Well, I'm
next?
not at the front, but
So
no
you
one else
two
has had the idea. So.
Bellowing, shouting.
Yeah, we're coming, get ready. Don't go without us.
Yeah, the same.
As you make your way
You've got a
down.
good voice.
Sigmar's name, make ready!
Much better.
Yeah.
Um,
Love it.
as you make your way down, far more likely to succeed as well. Can I have a leadership test?
You may. You may.
This is your like strength.
Yeah.
Sweet. Successes.
1.
That's still better than none.
Yeah.
Unless I've got any talents to help, but I don't know.
Our last
Rhetoric.
dice of doom.
A bit of dodge.
10.
10.
10.
Oh no. 8. Fucking hell. It's all gone wrong.
Do you get 10? 10! 10!
Oh my god. Did anybody get a 7?
5 10s and the 8.
Right. Well, I'll fortune point the 8 away
I'm
to
going
a
to take
7.
my coat off. I'm so amused. Now we mean
And
business.
someone can take their 10 down to a 9.
But will that make any
Yes.
difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, a triple is worse than a double.
and
No,
a quadruple is worse, and
it's
a
a
quintuple
quintuple.
is even worse than that.
10?
Yeah.
Yeah, 10.
And someone
10,
can put it to a 1.
10. Oh, can you
you
go
go
all the way
up?
You
around?
can go all the way around.
You can go all
So
the
we
way
can just
around.
take it to a double, realistically.
I
Then.
mean, you can spend 2 fortune points,
Four
right?
of you
and
rolled
take it
nine.
to a
Only
2.
one.
Only
Five
one.
of us rolled.
So I'll take it to a 1.
So literally, we rolled nothing but 10s and an 8.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh
So
my
you've gone to a 7, you've gone to a 1. Do you have...
I've got
Got 1 fortune remaining.
I've got 3, so I'll spend it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what's our final numbers?
I take it people can't spend 2 fortunes.
No,
No,
on
I
it.
already asked.
three
What are
9.
you going to?
9.
10.
You're going to
9,
1.
10,
7.
7,
Yeah. 1.
1,
and then the double 10.
so 10, and then 10. So that's a triple 10.
Oh, baby, a triple.
Maybe that's the best.
Yeah.
10's a good number, right?
Yeah, it's great.
It's better than a 1.
So, you're making your way down, and with that number, I'm going to roll a die. Well, let's roll it out in public, eh? 'Cause I don't often do that. It's more fun.
Because it'll be an 8 if you roll
Horrible,
it.
I hate this.
I know.
Okay,
Can we just
so
go back to sitting in a room and talking?
our first 10, as a falling chunk of rock, comes down towards the barge. And it's an 8. It's a hit. It's a 4! Okay, that's one of the 10s. 10 number 2!
That was Elric's 10.
I'm at the front. Maybe it was mine.
As an explosion goes off on the middle of the 3 pillars rising from the Reik, sending yet more rock in every direction, and it's a 3!
I thought it was an 8.
Yeah, I can't see shit.
Like,
I can't
a
know.
3 looks like an 8.
And the last one, let's make sure I get the one that's not a 10's die. It was actually a 30. The last one, as an explosion goes off again in the central one. Let's see if that's enough to take it down. That's not enough to take it down. So a huge chunk of the central tower is going.
Roll it this way.
It's going to be. It's a 5!
It's a 5, everyone.
Fine.
As a huge chunk of rock lands, clatters off the remaining stump where the castle was, splashes back down into the water beside the roiling waters where the foot shover is yet to be significantly damaged. It is damaged though, because of all the falling, and it takes 3 of, well, wow, it only takes 3 of his wounds.
Oh, it's pretty sturdy.
Yeah,
We made sure of that, didn't we?
Yeah.
In our
We're so slightly
riveting.
disappointed by that. As it rolls back forward,
Riveting speech.
and you reach the bottom. There are no Skaven here. They have fled. You don't know just how many of them are dead down there. But they do have the warp stone.
Oh shit.
For now.
We weren't going to take it.
Barge.
That's true.
On the barge
You might not have been.
is a very panicked Clotilda. Her face is pretty much a mask of... and she's ducking, diving, big bits of chunk of rock landing and trying to get into the wheelhouse at the back, because you get in there, she's relatively safe, but she's going to need other people to unhitch everything as she's diving towards the back there.
Skip.
Skip
Is he in his Y fronts?
No,
God.
I am sorry to say he is not in the equivalent of his Y front. Skip is currently doing a wee off the side.
What the fuck?
It's all going as he goes, yep, sploosh, splash right over him. Tide's up. He calls. Splash! Whoosh off to the side. Screams from the girls from down in the bottom. Your 2 boat hands, I suppose.
Yeah.
More importantly, where are the dogs?
They are not above ground. Well, above
deck.
ground.
Yeah.
Good.
Above deck.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
What can we do to help, Matilda?
But Hilda says,
Well-
untie us! Untie us! Quick! Dice of doom from everyone!
Is this
This is
untying?
torture.
Is this untying?
6.
This is as you're on time.
3.
6, 3,
9.
good. Yep, 9.
Does my
10.
rope work help here?
It means you don't need to test.
All right.
What? See, rather than untying, I thought I
not
would
a
go
10.
find the girls and leadership them to come out and help.
That sounds good to me. Okay, pop that and do that. How do you do? Where's our dice of doom rolls?
7 successes.
Oh, sweet, yeah, they're
What's
coming
your
out.
dice of doom?
2,
6.
3.
10.
We're fine.
You're fine!
We're fine!
Okay, huge chunks of stone land on all sides as above the centre part
scary.
of Castle Wittgenstein starts to shake.
Oh, God.
And rocks from side to side could go almost any way as you unhitch. You're unhitching. You've got the girls up, but that'll be next round. Who else is going to try and unhitch while they're
I'm
there? There's 3
helping.
total
I
requiring
can chop
unhitching.
rope.
I am in no
You
way
can if you
helpful
wish to
in
do
this
so.
situation.
No.
Lucas, mate.
Okay, so
presentation.
dexterity test or melee test, depending on what you'd rather do.
I'm
Unhitch or chop. Quick.
just gonna chop it.
Sounds good to me. Melee test, please.
We can buy more rope.
No.
Get through that. Chop. The rope
No,
just
no,
gives and
If
gives.
Birdie gives the signal that we can chop it, Elric's going to attempt to chop it.
It looks right. Yeah, I'll give it a go.
5 successes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Chop right through the rope. Yes.
You can still feel the entity, or
Yeah.
at least felt it.
It looks like the entity through the explosions has managed to escape. It was
Okay.
probably trapped down there, you think. You might have even been a spirit of the place, although you got told it was sent here. So almost certainly wasn't. But it looks like it's managed to escape its bindings. And it
It's
has...
around.
It's kind of gone.
Okay.
Shit.
Just in case it's still watching, you may. We'll try and get on the barge and then we'll do something. So
What you going to do when you're on the barge?
she will take out her very, Nipponese sword. And as she's chanting in Nipponese, but I'll translate, she is apologizing for the hubris of her family as she cuts her hand open and pours blood into the Reik.
There is a chance that a falling piece of masonry will bash her on the back or the head as she's praying. It's an 8. It's a 6! As one clatters down to the front, another clatters to the side. You cut like mad there. The girls are now up on the deck. There's still one rope that's not out of place. He's finishing his piss.
me and Lucas, we're just going to frantically scream. I say me, Gerhard and Lucas, we're going to frantically scream at Skip to stop pissing. Stop pissing in the wind and help us, you stupid bastard!
It's better out than in!
Get out! Don't, just carry on! Keep going, but get the rope off!
Birdie shouts over it, if you don't want to lose it, get your ass over here!
So, 1 success on that leadership test from probably...
All right! He turns around, pulling up his trews. Blooming hell! What the... He looks around. Oh, is it raining?
Who
the
the fuck hired this guy?
He was cheap. That's all we can say.
No, we know why.
Yeah, and he doesn't really speak much.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
He's not run off.
We have one rope that's unhitched, so we're on to the second round, which means there's more than enough to ensure the rope is definitely gone this round, but we do have another dice of doom from everyone because we're here for one more round.
1.
1.
5.
5.
1.
Whoa!
7.
7.
Oh!
I have
1.
fortune. So
Okay, so you can take it off.
I
that
can
leaves those two.
Do we have a 10?
You can go to 6.
We haven't got a 10.
We haven't got a 10,
I
haven't
can
got a 6
spend
either.
the last
So
one.
if I got
Fine.
10, you got a 10.
You can do it! You can do it! You can do it! You can do it! Oh! Crash! As the top, right at the very top mast, is pulled out, and for those of you who are bargees, you're aware that that single mast, that single sail right at the very top is enough to take the entire boat because it's quite a bit higher and takes the higher wind. There's a little bit of a swirl here too. As it catches on, fills, the girls start pulling up the other sails and it begins to drift off. I'm now going to roll for what direction the large central
Stop rolling!
pillar is going to go. Again, 8 is you. Apparently you.
Yeah, it's just
It's going to land in your head as you're dripping blood into the Reik. It's almost the opposite. It's a 3 as it creeps,
That means it goes the opposite direction.
and drops down into the other side with a mighty crash as boom, boom, boom. Another 3 blossoming explosions by the very first outer keep, where you originally made your way up
Interesting.
into it. Is it bad enough? Oh, well, fuck yes. Okay, that's a crit. That means there's another chance of a huge chunk of stone landing in your direction. I was going to say you're largely away from... No, you're not. As it comes billowing over again, an 8. Oh, no, it comes flying down. A huge chunk that's... Oh, well, that's a good 5 times the length of Birdie, splashes into the water at the side, causing the entirety of the barge to go. Everybody do themselves an athletics test except for Yume, who's doing a hard one.
Great.
Her difficulty is 3 because she's currently praying.
Spot on, 48.
Oh, well done.
Oh, I'm re-rolling
I
that.
presume Greta's already gone down.
Yeah,
into
already.
the
Oh my
room, yeah.
god.
Another 88.
Imagine me dropping my sword into the Reik. That would have
Just
been
lob it into the
bad.
water. That's enough.
It's 3 fails.
3.
3 fails for me, 2 for Lucas.
I mean, you're on the boat at least.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
For now.
are they?
Are they?
Do you know you had to save somebody from drowning?
Splash! Whoa. So, you got 3?
3 fails for me, 2
for Lucas,
I
and
think is what we said.
6 in total for you because your difficulty was 3.
Of course.
Yeah, bad news for Yume. You go stumbling down, head over heels, your legs flailing above you as you land over onto your shoulders, and your legs, very briefly, toes tap behind you, and
That'll pull
You have-
something. That'll really pull something.
oh,
Yeah,
D10
roll back.
wounds. You might not pull much. You might pull quite a bit. One wound.
Oh, you're surprisingly work out.
Oh, a workout.
It's not like what they didn't get up to.
Yeah.
Mainly
Um,
He's
Pilates.
just going to pull him.
Perhaps that because you landed on Lucas. Poof. He takes 4. Oh, he only takes 4. So,
Okay.
slightly
worse.
winded and nothing more. However,
Mm-hmm.
poor old Yumi.
Yes.
I'm going to roll a dice first,
Okay.
just to randomise what sort of awfulness occurs. Now, if I roll a 1, 2, or 5, it's very much goodbye sword time. But if I roll a 6 plus, it's goodbye you time.
Oh my god.
I would like to think that after I cut myself, I put the sword back. Like,
It's goodbye you time, so it looks like you did put the
Can
sword
Olive
back.
anyway, like she's quite fast. Try and grab her.
Well, we can see how it goes
Well,
as the boat
Oscar.
flashes from side to side, and you, who were already on the edge, just tossed right over.
She's so tiny.
She's only little.
Oh.
As water rushes past your ears. It's fair to say that we're all a little bit diverted by the crashing around us. But there is always the possibility of casting the fact that we have a Yumi overboard. Can I please have, from anyone who is on the top deck,
can I scream on my way down?
you can blubble. The whole thing came as somewhat of a shock.
Let's put just
Minus 6 successes, no scream.
devil's advocate here. She often does go missing.
It's very true.
very
Well, let's
true.
see
Yeah, but
who
because
gets it.
but I might
But we
spot
don't-
her falling
the
over.
point is when she goes
depends
missing with
who
the miracle,
spots
we
it
just
and when.
we don't think to look for her.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
No,
No,
but
it's
what
not-
I mean
it's
is,
not that
but
we
we
think
might
that she's
see
not
her
here.
Spotting.
Yeah.
and
Okay,
seeing her.
so everybody roll. It is, however, difficulty 2, which
Perception,
means at
is
least
it?
2 successes. It is.
How about for
His-
walls and no impediment, acute sense hearing?
2
Does that help?
successes.
3 successes.
2, 3.
6 successes.
I think I'm just staring directly
You're
at my
sitting
crotch,
like,
right?
yeah. You've got a very good view
We-
of
yeah.
Lucas.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 successes plus acute sense hearing.
Holy moly! So yeah, you'll hear the those of you who got the 2 successes will see
I got
her
6.
go over. 6 successes, yeah, you'll see exactly where it is. And know that where she's landed is not where it appears from the way she tipped over the edge.
I'll
So
grab a rope.
it is highest initiative first.
Grab the nearest rope and chuck it to where I think she is.
Okay, so how are you with ropes?
Awful.
This is going to be great.
Maybe
Let's see. I'm going to randomize how good your rope is.
No, I've got
Well,
range thrown, so actually
that
I'm
means
not.
you're good at tossing
I'm not
it,
awful at
baby.
Stick a knife on the end of it.
Let's
Well,
find out.
have you changed her previous
Better
career
back.
to have rope work?
Yeah, no.
I've got range thrown.
Oh, no, actually, all your concerns are for naught. You've got yourself a rope which has a good knot on the end of it to make it easier to throw. You're in a good
Naughty.
place.
So is it range throwing?
It is range throwing. As you run over there, toss it over the edge.
4 successes.
4 successes is pretty good. You are blubbing through the water. The chances of being able to spot this are low. Perception test. She's got 4 successes though, so I'll knock it down the difficulty a bit. Make it difficulty 3. If you pass the 3, you're in a position where you can grab out and try to grab the rope that's been tossed in your direction. Otherwise, it's just dark, dirty water filled with masonry passing by your ears as you begin to excitedly drown.
And the
What?
sword is sheath, because Elric would sense the gyron from the sword if it was.
Yeah, but-
Yeah, sadly, she put it away.
I put it away. I would bounty order.
Sadly, you can't pray because you're underwater.
Because you have a dearth of water.
Bubble.
Or a bounty of
Yeah, you
our
want-
bands.
My perception. Nope.
Nope. As the rope splashes into the
I
water
don't have any more.
beside her. Did you pass?
Yes, I did 3
Okay,
successes.
if you wish to move from where you are to scarp her over to where she is, you can do
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll be shouting, Birdie, help me! I don't know what
so.
to
When you
do.
leap over the edge, what's your plan?
Where did she go?
She went
She's there. The bubbles. The bubbles.
I'll grab hold
too
of...
deep. You're going to have to go over if you
That's
want
what I
to
mean.
get
I'm
her.
going to grab hold of the rope. And I'm
Oh,
gonna
got
jump
you.
in.
Oh, nice one. Grab hold of the rope and dive in right
I'll-
after.
yeah.
So we'll let
Okay.
you-
Elric.
A different one. I'll brace it.
Can I have a perception test, please, to see whether you can actually spot where she is by the
No,
turn?
3
No, so this
fails.
is going to be entirely random.
I should have.
I'm going to roll it for where you
Swim
land.
with perception.
If you roll a 1, you're on point. Up to 10,
But
you have
this is
landed in
what
completely the wrong place. and you're swimming around through the dirty water, completely missing her as you swim
Hey,
away.
but I'm getting clean, so that's good.
1.
It's a 4. It's close. That gives you a perception test.
Right, oh, so I can do another
You're
one.
close enough, yeah, that you might catch it.
3 successes.
Sweet. That means you can do a swim test to reach her because you didn't land exactly where she is.
Swim better.
Exactly 62.
Whoa!
6 successes.
And that's
well
when you're
done.
poking at. What's your plan? Okay, there's a rope lock. She's jumped over.
Well, he was going to run up and say, tie rope around me, but then she's gone overboard anyway. Just
Because
in
he's so
case
fast.
it fails, he said, tie rope around me. I can go on, I can't drown.
While she, I can't do rope work, but Alamenowith will start doing that. Would it be helpful if because Alamenowith
She's tied a knot.
can probably like go over the side and hold the rope and try and grab for Birdie because she's got climb.
Oh right, yeah, she's down below. You mean you're going over
So-
on the edge?
so-
Yeah,
yes,
I
I'm
get what you
like
mean.
I'm
Yeah, go for it.
halfway
Do your
down.
climb test.
Yeah.
And Gerhard.
What's my position currently? Am I still
Wait,
over to
you're-
you?
You're lying on the deck, and beside you is Lucas.
Right. Am I
Being
aware?
in the way.
Am I aware of the situation?
You
Am I
are
just
not.
spaced?
You can see them all panicking, and there's a falling rock around. A splash of water as another splash comes over the deck because,
We're moving.
pardon, very loosely, and you're not even sure.
All right. Bloodhilda, just don't go yet. I think we're missing one. Wait 1 second, please.
I got
Please.
Yes, was panicked. I'll give you a leadership test.
5 successes on my
Okay,
climb
that's you
check.
hiked over the edge, looking
Kinda
down
like
to see if you
trying
can.
to grab
Yeah,
if I
grab
see
whatever
them.
comes up. Hey, Yume. You passed your test, did you not?
Yes, 6
Yes.
successes.
Okay.
Personal leadership as well.
Do yourself a perception test.
Do you see the enormous amount of white hair coming towards you?
Graded.
All your blood.
3
Swapping about.
successes.
Fine.
3 successes.
That's enough. As you're, and then through the murk, you see Birdie's face and an outstretched hand.
I
The
mean,
braids.
I can't swim,
spilling
but my
out to the
hands will go
side.
that way, I guess.
Yeah.
It's like when you
It's
ask
yours
her to
as
pick you up.
that.
Athletics test from the pair of you, please.
Okay, oh, pray for me.
I'm praying for you.
No.
No.
5 fails.
Woo! Whoosh!
Oh.
As you swipe and miss, you swipe and miss. Can you swim?
Nope.
Great. Eric.
He's going to run behind where Alaminamite's gone off, brace the rope, and just make sure he's there to anchor.
Holding that in place. Alamenowith, you look down into the waters. Birdie has gone. Yume has gone. Dice of doom from everyone as things continue to fall from the sky.
4.
4, 2,
9.
10,
7.
7,
4.
double 4. Anyone got a fortune point to pull
I've
it
got
off?
nothing. I'm
I've
out.
got nothing.
Well, that's a shame.
That is a shame.
Does the boat get hit by a ship-damaging chunk?
We might feel better being in the water at this rate.
It's a bit disappointing. As a huge chunk lands on the edge, splinters an enormous chunk of the rail and rolls over into the water with a heavy splash. The boat is damaged, but it's most certainly not down. Alamenowith, they've disappeared. They're under. You can see the rope shaking where it's tied to her. Well, she's grabbed it, pardon me.
She's great. Yeah, well, I'll and my rope's gone, so I'll yank it.
Yank, 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 yank. Okay, which you will feel from behind. You can't even see her now. She's disappeared. For a moment, you saw her face and her hands, and then it just turned into murk.
Keep looking.
Swim test from you, please. And I can also have an endurance test as well.
So, swim test, 5 successes.
Sweet!
Endurance test, no. What's my endurance? 3 fails.
3 fails. Can you lose 1 wound, please?
Yeah.
Leopold.
I mean, I guess the best thing he can do here is try and sense where they are.
Yeah.
Nope, that sounds good to me.
You're a boy. You're just like,
Well, I'm not, like, as far as I'm aware, nobody's tied a rope around him, so he's not jumped
He
into the
hasn't.
water.
oh, okay.
Because he's
still
like, he had a
thought
plan.
I
I don't
no,
think
she-
decided to jump
She
over
did.
the edge
She did.
instead.
She was like tying round you while
Yeah.
she was doing her thing.
But you didn't climb down the side. How could you do that in one round?
He let me.
Yeah, I'm quite
It's
happy to
not a
go one or
good
the
note.
other. It's a
Yeah,
very
I-
loose knot. Yeah, totally. I agree
It's
with
not
you.
a good
Andy.
note.
I think that's fair.
if you have rope-ish, you could like tie it.
Do you want
With one arm.
Broken
No,
arm.
no, instead he's going to try and spot where
Yeah,
they
that's
are
right.
and perhaps
Perception
bellow
test.
to Birdie.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
what Elemenoi is
7
calling
successes.
up
So
anyway.
we.
Also keep sense hearing.
Okay, the hearing's not going to help in this case because, well, water in the way and all. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, but what does help is the fact that you kind of see the people, not the surface. As down below, you can see she is getting swept ahead of the barge, and she is swimming in the opposite direction.
So can he bellow wrong way, Birdie?
You think the chance of being heard is very low, but yes, you can.
Well, Elemenoi will hear and maybe she'll do something.
She'll
Yeah,
she'll yank Birdie.
Yeah.
Big bellow of
Big-
young way,
big
wrong way,
Sigmar
birdie.
voice.
Yes.
Okay, wrong way. Did you pass your leadership test, by
Yes,
the way?
I did.
Okay, good. Bloodhilda holds on, looking around from either side. And at your point, that bomb doesn't go off. So, Gerhard, what's the plan?
Shit. What can I do?
I
I'm
suppose
terrible.
Lupul will also be like pointing towards where Yumi is as he's
Alright,
going
yeah, that's
that way.
helpful. That's
Wrong
helpful.
way, Birdie, wrong way!
And I'm hearing that, right?
Mhm.
Okay,
Wrong
fine.
way, Birdie,
So I know I
wrong
can't
way.
swim. I'm shit at that. Presumably
Stick a pole in.
there's floaty stuff up here.
There is all manner of splintered bits of wood.
Yeah, fine. I'll find a decent enough size bit of wood that's not going to be too heavy because he knows his limitations, right? And I'll just fucking chuck it as far as I possibly can get it towards the bit where Leopold is like pointing at.
So she's got something to
So
grab
just
hold of.
an impromptu
As you do that,
buoyancy aid or something like that.
off to the side, you hear a clack, clack, clack of a wooden peg leg. And then whoosh!
He's got a peg leg.
Skip.
I see.
A skip dives into the water.
Somebody had to have one. It's a boat.
He's also got an eye patch.
He does have an eye
He
patch.
didn't have one before you guys employed him, and that was part of it.
Yeah.
Sort
He's
Sorry, buddy.
passed his swim test. Now you've been pointing out exactly where it is.
Yeah.
Let's see if he reaches her.
Let's
You know, he might. Perception test from you. You're swirling round, but before we do that, roll a d10. That's how many would you lose?
Okay. 3.
That's not too bad.
And then my perception. 4 successes.
Okay, you're in a place, difficulty 3, where you can attempt to help him along the way. Do some difficulty 3 athletics test as you twist your body and try to get something out of it. You can't swim, so nothing you can do to help there.
3.
But she
You did
can,
it!
but she can not do what drowning people do, and that is like flail wildly at the person trying to help her.
Well, she spent a lot of time in Marienburg. I'm sure she's been taught to,
And
Crash.
Skip's 3-fingered hand grabs onto your arm.
What's 3?
Grabs onto your arm. And the grizzled face appears before you as he clasps you close. And then, using the bed, tries to push himself off.
Nice.
Okay, swim test from yourself. This is where you really don't want to
Hang on,
fumble.
it's me first.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'm gonna start pulling her back in because
good.
it was the wrong way, and Skip's gone in now.
Swim test nonetheless.
Okay.
Shall I do a strength test?
Oh no!
Save one, and the other one goes down.
Shall I do a strength test?
Yeah, you probably want to. What did we roll?
100.
At least she's on a rope.
Well,
No,
holding
she
her.
was
She's
holding.
holding her.
I would like
And I
to.
think was is the opposite word there.
I didn't even need to say it. was the opposite word.
Maybe
As you
touch
feel
that
the yank, and she pulls it right out of your hand. As you swim, and then bang!
oh
A
no.
wallop on your head. Do yourself
Escape and spy.
a difficulty 2 endurance test. She escaped spy anyway. Let her die.
4 successes.
Oh, at least you're not knocked out. Yes. Blood swims through the water around you. Your vision was already clouded. Stars
I mean, she
spin
was
through
covered
your
in
eyes.
blood
There's already a lot of blood in the
Yeah,
water.
yeah, totally.
The sharks, I'm screwed.
But
True.
river sharks.
you can swim.
Does she now know exactly where the barge is if she's just hit it?
She didn't hit the barge.
just
She
a bit of
hit
stuff.
She hit
Something.
stone.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody threw some wood in the water.
That's not my fault.
Leopold, what are you doing?
So, can I sense that Skip has
got him, and they're coming back.
So now I will turn my attentions to Birdie.
Her feet are almost at the surface. Her head is almost on the ground. She's flailing wildly.
It's not even that deep.
Yeah. Alamenoi, tie
Which
that
is
around
quite
me
tall.
now.
Right.
And you're right by the
She's there.
Well, I might be tall enough to just go in. I'm just jumping in. Holding the rope that I'm holding to try and
Sounds
grab
good. Hey, Gerhardt.
I'll do it. I've heard him shouting like.
Yeah, no, I don't want you to
What?
tie the rope
it.
around.
No,
get out.
It's okay.
He's read a book.
You're panicking. You're panicking. Calm down. I'll tie them out.
No, Loophole is literally going to push you away.
Elric's, like,
He knows how
holding
cack-handed you
I've
are.
got.
The rope that I'm-
I'm
Yeah,
I'm fucking doing it anyway.
Well,
How do I
in that
tie
case-
knots?
Dexterity.
Dexterity roll.
Give me a melee brawling test.
Is it? Oh, is that first? All right.
oh.
Yeah, like so many fails.
Strong legs push upwards, and suddenly surface. But roll a d10, lose that many wounds.
5.
Oh, that's a lot.
And Elric into the round. Where are you?
So he's bracing
The rope.
against the deck.
Yep.
The
with
rope that I'm
that
holding.
Alamenoi
Yep.
is holding.
And she just
So
dived
happens
into the
either go
water
on
to try
No,
and get
no, I haven't dived in because I was off the boat like that. So my plan is to do what I've done many times in a swimming pool, and that is jump down so hard that I'll hit the bottom and be able to push myself back up as I grab her on the way.
It's heroic.
Assuming you
This
land
hobby
in the right
works.
place, because you can't see her. He can.
I've
Okay,
He did point where
Yeah,
she is.
yeah. Assuming you go in the right place.
Before you start
Well,
scrambling.
Yeah.
Perception
I
test.
just ran into it.
Goonk. Is that a fail?
Maybe.
Have you got any fortune points left?
No, that is a pass because I'm a bullshit elf, and that's 8 successes.
Holy
Hey,
crap!
Sees all.
Perfectly, Pat. Right down in there.
Absolutely.
Feet first. Athletics test, and can I have from you a perception test, please?
Yep.
Yours is harder.
Yes, 3
two.
successes.
0 successes.
Okay, you needed 2, so not quite a pass,
I'm
but
just
it's not a
seeing
fail
stars.
on the test yet.
Yeah.
You're all, as you're down, it's going to be an athletics test for you to grab onto
Another
her
one.
properly. Yeah, that was your
Yeah,
athletics.
3
How'd you do?
successes.
3 successes, that's enough to grab, pull.
I'm just going to try and ride her because I know she can swim. I just need to get her head above water.
It's going to be a neat strength test.
I don't think I'll resist terribly hard.
Last fortune point, birdie. Last fortune point. Oh no. 2 fails.
If it's resisted, is it against what Birdie rolls? That's that.
Pardon?
Yeah, 'cause if it was contested perversely, you might have done better. With your strength's
Aw.
quite
Yeah.
neat, but
Again, a bomb doesn't go off.
But
Okay,
have
so
I
we've
at
got
least
another round, but we
managed
don't
to-
need to worry about huge chunks coming
Have I
down.
at least managed to
Not really, no.
indicate?
She's upside down. You're sort of holding on to her. You got your arm sort of around her waist. her
But I
feet.
can feel her now.
like shove
so-
the rope at her
Yeah,
so that she
yeah.
senses the rope.
Yeah.
Right, so it's the start of the round.
a terrible
You're still on
knot.
the anchor. You're now above the surface. You are squabbling with Leopold
I'm
concerning
clutching
getting things
the
wrapped around
bloody
each other's
nose,
waist.
basically.
As Alamenowith at the top of the round,
I'm just going to try.
you can hear an audible creak, and up above, a piece of stone begins to
Right.
move.
So basically, I've got her. I'm going to wrap the rope round her and rely on Elric's strength to say, Elric, pull us
you
as I
can't
push us.
say anything. You're underwater.
But Elric is basically
You're
watching.
down. You're not out
waiting.
yet. I mean, you held on
Just
to her.
pull on
Yeah.
the rope a couple
Yeah.
times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know, say yank, yank,
Yank,
yank, yank, yank, yank.
And he's basically.
Yeah, you can see
preparing-
she's just below the
Yeah.
surface.
And Leopold will sense that as well, so he can help.
Yeah, totally. Birdie, you're either you can attempt to do a test, but if you make any fail on it, then you will be disrupting affairs, or effectively you can go limp and just let others do what they want.
I've got a really bad headache.
Yeah.
Just go limp.
And I know there's somebody there. So rather than muck it up, I'm just going to
Excellent.
let them
And
rescue
Alameda, like,
me.
You're
told
going to
you
be
that she would
doing
be your rock.
She
an
did.
assisted
She
pull them up test
Yes.
as you break the surface. You're coughing badly. You were drowning. You've got another set of wounds to lose on a D10. I'm sorry to say.
Fun.
Are we near the back of the barge?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh, that was okay.
Well,
They moved towards the front. She
Yeah, but
did.
we're at
You're
the
near
back.
Yeah.
because there's a we tow a little boat, right?
It's at the very back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if all is lost, we'll just swim for the boat.
I have one wound left.
Oh yeah, you're not out. Hey, Gerhard, which plan?
Help.
A skip
Skip has got. You may come up from the surface and is near the prow.
Does he
Near
look
the
like
front.
he's under control? And swinging and stuff?
He's got her under his arm.
Yeah.
She looks panicked as fuck.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. It's more that Skip's doing his thing.
Yeah,
you know what I
Skip's
mean?
doing his
he's
thing.
Fine. Okay, fine. Well, look, I don't know what's going on.
In fact, he will. By this point, he will almost certainly be. Oi! Oi! Can't get his hand!
Yeah, I'm probably not going to be great at that.
Better than no one, though.
I mean, you can tell Lucas to help him if you think he'll be
Right,
better.
Lucas. Yeah, that's true. No, fine. Lucas, you and me.
Assisted test.
Let's go and
It'll
get
be
this
fine.
over.
Okay,
Right.
so both of you
Right.
do an athletics test.
Oh, for God's sake.
Come on.
Okay, come on now. Right. So, one of them's really good.
Oh, excellent.
Well, it's not really. One of them's a pass. One of them is shit.
That's all you need is a pass.
Okay, fine.
If one of you pass and with an assist, if
So-
you both pass, the other one gives +1 on the successes.
Yeah, so 2
Okay,
successes then.
so you're down and the pair of you start pulling, and Skip helps with his free hand as he pulls you up onto the deck. You two, assisted.
We got 5 successes total.
Oh, sweet. Okay, pull
As
as you
soon
burst
as I
through.
break the surface, I'm going to be go! Because the stone is
Yeah.
teetering.
Yeah.
Let's see which way it goes. If I roll an 8, it goes straight for your boat. It's a 9! Oh, it's super close as it creaks down and splashes into the back, sinking
Your little boat.
your little boat,
Fuck your dinghy.
causing a huge wave to push at the stern
The footnote
of the barge,
We've lost the adventure!
sending you forward down
Oh
the
my God,
Reik.
you make it to another test. You way back, right?
I am doing a test to see if there's another explosion. There is. And I'm also then going for all the people getting on board. I would like to have an athletics test. You're up and on. You should be fine. It is just a standard athletics test. You're pulling up as well. In fact, everybody can do one because this is one heck of a tip.
Yes.
Nice and easy. Successes means we hold on. We get take our. We're in a good place.
3 fails, but
Nice.
but then I've had a knock to the head. So.
2 fails.
Yeah, 2 fail. Of course, the people who are already in trouble.
One more fortune point.
Oh, it's really close.
Oh, that would be so good. Actually, be a crit if I counted it, but it rolled outside of my dice tray.
I don't care.
So I still passed. 4
Excellent.
successes.
Okay, so
One
It's
fail,
about a chance.
2 fails. So,
the entire
one for me, Lucas.
It's going to be down to Skip to try and sort this ridiculous mess. Over by you, though, you've got Alamenawythe and who's put? Yeah, both of you. Okay, so you can all do an assisted test,
then-
okay, to try and stop her from going over the
And
edge.
that kind
this.
of
another-
rope tangled around me as well. So I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
hang on.
totally.
So
So
because
it's-
I got the rope, could I argue that
Another
it's
4.
strength rather than athletics?
to
Stop
yep,
her
yep,
from
I'm cool with that.
rolling. I did it for myself, but
Yep, cool with that.
Oh,
Two
fuck,
successes.
Ron, out.
Okay, yep, you're fine. Okay, you would have gone over, but
Time
they've
to go.
held you. Skip. It's all down to Skip.
Come on, Skip.
Come on, Skip.
It's not a huge fail. It's
Okay.
like just maybe sliding.
So
across.
how many fails did you each get?
I got 2 fails.
So that's 2,
1 for me,
3,
2 for
4.
Lucas.
5 in
Yeah.
total. So he needs at least 5 successes.
Oh my god.
You can do it, Skip.
He has 3.
Who does he say?
So,
Lucas.
Bye,
He says
Lucas.
Lucas. No, you can't let
Oh,
Lucas
Lucas
go.
After that.
3.
Oh, no.
Goodbye, sir. It's been an honor.
I'm going to randomize it.
Yeah, that's fair.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10
Reroll.
is going to be nasty.
10, he takes off his.
It's Lucas.
Oh, Lucas now.
As the boat rises up hard, you lose your footing entirely. Skip swooshes you into your body and pushes you down on top of him using your weight to hold him in place. And turns round to see Lucas, as the boat lifts that way, go right over the prow. As he goes, Gods! Next round. Boom. Boom.
Oh.
That's a big one. That's also a big one. They might land on the barge.
We've been pushed.
You have.
We've
been
There's a
floating
massive
down.
explosion, but it didn't land anywhere near because one's a 1 and one's a 3. Water causes the barge to flip from side to side as Skip lets go of you, limps, clack, clack, clack. Don't fumble, you'll lose your peg leg. He didn't fumble. As he goes over, looks around from side to side to see if he can see where Lucas is gone. I'm going to roll his perception test.
Am I?
He's critted it!
Nice as well.
He knows exactly where Lucas is, and he jumps, and he dives in.
We need to
Not
give
the
a
best
race.
roll for that, though, as he dives into the water and thuds directly into the suddenly upsurging Lucas as the water swells up and cracks his head directly into Lucas's. Now, Lucas is made of pretty stern stuff.
Yes.
Can I please have an endurance test from him? Skip
Really
is
good one.
critted his.
Please.
Skip is critted his.
Lucas is created.
Their
Like
heads hit.
lost lovers in the night. Crack! Whatever, as they look at each other. Survive this! As he wraps his arm around him, does himself, holy shit, it's another crit! And swims into the 77, that's brilliant. Pulls himself up. He's been a bargee for all his life. And 22. That's 3 crits in a row from him. Puts him up. Lucas, please, can I have an endurance test from him? Just to make sure.
2 successes.
And can I have a cool test as well?
Oh, he's not cool.
Oh, he's
Oh,
fine,
success
though.
anyway. Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, so up onto the deck he goes.
25.
I think we're all on the boat.
Assuming that I don't roll an 8.
Oh no.
And a large chunk of stone lands in the very centre of the barge.
And then we're
The
all back in
library.
the water.
We're in a good place to get out of here. Up above,
I don't even want to look.
up above, the outer keep begins to slide down into the Reik.
Say what you want about the Skaven. They have destroyed this horrible, horrible place.
I'm actually really impressed they pulled this off.
Well,
Sort
no, I'm
of.
going to make it land on the other side because that's much more fun. Oh, he's miles away from
The very last one.
Have you got any fortune points, Andy?
Yeah, have you got any fortune points you'd like to spend on our behalf?
Nah. Can I have the...
No, throw it off the table.
No, your dice are confiscated, Andy.
Question.
We spend a
Question.
I have a question. So I know the fox is like pissed at me and stuff, but I
Yeah.
have Divine Servant,
Yes, you do.
which changes all our crit hit, including ones that have 8s in them, treated as a +1 instead. Because
Not
I'll
crit,
be
it's not
hit.
crit hit.
Yeah, but I'll be hit with it and I'm at a 1 health. That is.
So it
Yeah.
will be a crit. Yeah.
So, I'll give you a choice before we decide what happens next. The fox spirit can come back if you wish to use it.
I mean,
Twists round, and that stone will not be an issue at all.
Because it'd leave the body back.
Do you want to use it?
which one's
Rock,
worse?
hard
I don't
dice.
know.
You.
Let's let the dice.
Leaving it to luck, good old Ronald. Fingers crossed.
1 till 5, rock. 6 till
Yeah.
10,
Hard,
fox.
please.
8.
Of course it is.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
The enormous chunk that had been blown away from the outer keep. Trailing green fire behind it from where the bomb had gone off. You know, you have seen multiple times that a single shard of warpstone, when it's refined, can go very far. You make multiple bombs with them. And what they've taken will probably be able to allow them to make bombs from here till Kingdom Come. Assuming that the size of it's still close to what you believe it is. As it comes down. The fox. Oh dear. Was pursuing the prey. It was hungry. And it senses all of the magic bursting behind it. And it slows and it slows. And it stops. Rippling energies, its eyes flickering and crackling as it then twists and goes. I'm going to roll a die. If I roll,
Don't do that.
if I roll
Just don't.
an 8, 9, or 10, the barge is gone. As it goes through the barge to stop the rock, which is going to devour.
In my defense,
If
the
I
rock
roll
falling onto us
A 1,
also.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, it comes out the water, slams into the rock,
Okay.
and then down on the other side.
Come on, Andy. Let's
Come on,
have it.
Fox. You can have good aim.
Yeah, this is just my badge.
We love this barge.
I can't remember the number.
It's an 8!
That's bad. That's bad, right?
That's bad. It's right on the edge of bad.
Wait.
As-
Can I spend a fate point to avoid
Yes.
this? I can do that, right?
Yes, fate points are fate points.
Wait.
Fate points can be used
For
to
you specifically to
fix.
avoid it or for the barge?
No, to fix a number.
You can fix a dice roll.
Then,
Ah.
yeah, I'll do that.
You
I'm
can do
gonna
that. You can fix it to a 1.
I'll fix it to a 1.
Superb.
Spend a fate point. Let's fix it to
One
a
fate
1.
point.
Welcome.
We'll
Take
lose,
one for the team, take one for the
we'll lose
team.
so much stuff.
Yeah.
As the
You're doing it for the
fox
books, really,
twists,
aren't you?
turns, goes
Yeah.
down.
I know. I mean,
Yeah.
kinda beat me to it.
Did I?
And there is
She's
a
got-
reason.
Oh, no, you can do it if you want to do it.
No, it's done now. There is a reason it doesn't go for the barge. Because it senses something akin to it. Something tainted. And it avoids it. And it moves up and avoids Gerhard completely. And skims across his head as it flies over him. From his perspective, all it is just pure wall of water pushing him down onto the deck. As it hits the rock, devours the rock, hits into the stone and passes through it on the other side and dives back down into the water below.
Everybody's kind of.
That is not something that one can easily describe as a, hey look, it's a handy little fox demon thing. No. That's just the water itself seems to have come alive
And saved
just
us.
saved you. That is actually,
Thanks, Grandfather.
spiritually speaking, a good thing. I'm going to roll a die.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And if I roll a 1, the fox ticks 1 towards good, not bad. Because it effectively has saved everyone.
Oh, thanks.
If I roll a 10, it's a very different justification. It's grooming you. Uh-oh. Oh, it's a 6. It's right in the middle. Boo. Boo. As water floods across the top of the barge. As it rocks from side to side. I require a sailing test, please, from Greta and whomever is helping us. Crew,
no,
not Greta. pardon
not
me.
Greta.
From
Yes.
Matilda
Yes, you do.
and whomever is working as crew.
Am I fit?
Which I believe is probably the 2 crew girls.
Am I fit to do that now?
Yeah, you can do
Yeah.
that. You're up. You've got
Do I?
moves,
Are
you're
you
away.
rolling for Matilda?
Yes, I was. And she's got 3.
And Skip as well.
Skip's knackered. He's sitting down
Fair
in
play.
front of the barge. at the moment.
The two lasses.
No, 3 fails.
So that's a two-
I think that.
It's okay. It's just adding
all.
successes and you
Yeah.
get past. So so that's 2 fails then.
Yeah.
Okay,
3
cool.
fails.
So it's all down to Matilda, who does pass with 3.
Yeah.
The waters are all over the place. We're going to need a total of 10 to get out. We've got 3 so far.
Do the girls get to test?
Yeah, they both get 1 test each. That's what.
Yeah.
Did you not roll for them?
No.
Okay,
I'll do
1
that.
test for each one of the girls.
I don't know what their
Their skills. It's only 40. Bless their little souls.
roll 40.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
four,
So that's
six,
actually
six.
4
So
instead,
that's
taking up to 5.
And 3.
6. This is all the 6. Now we need 10 to get away from the danger zone. But we're not there yet. So by the end of round 1, as the barge is lurching its way forward,
I can't do
Deploy
this.
the Leebots!
I need a break.
Tension is
We're
killing
almost there. We're almost there.
dice of doom.
Oh.
Is it
all
slightly
say
less
no.
because we're near the edge of the
Sadly,
danger
no.
zone?
We're
Just
not.
go
We're
roll
in
your
the
dice.
danger
We're
zone.
giving up. We're giving up. No.
7.
7.
4.
5.
2 7s.
Have you got any fortune points?
2
left?
7s, 2
2
5s.
7s, 2
2 75. Anyone got any fortune to me?
I'm on a 4 anyway. So.
Okay, that's not a boat hit. landed cocked. I'm going to put a boat out here because it's more fun. That's not a boat, that's a 5. I've got 1, and then 1 more 6, and 1. None of the marks, only on 8. Okay, splash to one side, splash to the other side. One of them was quite close in a 6, knocking your total number of successes down to 5 instead of the 6 that you had. Second round, you need at least 5 successes to get out. There's 5 poor people piloting. She's got 2 on a 23.
Just missed.
Can Leopold sit down and do an augury?
I mean, yeah. He's not going to be able to get his non-advanced his bits out.
That's fine.
Yeah, totally.
So Birdie just fails by like 2%.
Doesn't matter.
One of the
fails.
girls rolls a fumble.
That's hilarious.
Well, Birdie has an extra fortune point that she can spend on that.
A fortune point.
Issues a gnomic prophecy to you.
Yeah.
That being the case, you might want to reroll your fumble.
Yeah. Because you can use it on them because they're your henches.
Hedge folk. So, yes,
That's what I
reroll
mean,
that.
yeah. They fail by 1.
That's
which is
better than a fumble instead of taking your successes to 0.
And the other one rolls a 95. So
Okay, so we have 2 successes taking you to a total of 7, which means Dice of Doom! We're not out as the barge barely catches the
7.
wind. The mainsail is
1.
now hoisted.
2.
The wind
1.
is beginning to catch.
4.
That's a double 1. Is that it?
3.
Yeah, I
That's
got
the
no
only-
fate.
Okay, so
Yeah.
1 double 1. Okay, so we've got a 7 and a 6, both close. So that's another 2 very
Splish,
close
splash.
hits to either side, taking your successes down to 5 again.
we're never leaving this place.
Oh, Bloodhilda fails.
Come on, Birdie, it's all on you.
We're going to attempt another augury. Oh, it's a crit.
It's 1 success and a crit.
Okay,
Roll
roll
again.
again. Ooh.
Ooh, 9 more successes.
9 more successes.
Hey! As the boat
everything's
goes low,
swimming.
a crash of stone as it hits onto the wheelhouse at the back, sending Bloodhilda from her feet, causing you to yank hard. Pull, pull, pull. The sail fills up, and the barge suddenly pushes out. Behind, green explosions blossom as the towers continue to go. One of them that's already fallen explodes underwater as finally the bomb that was held inside it goes. I'm not going to say that the foot shover is kind of surfing its way down a wave along the Reik, but it almost kind of
close.
is.
Yeah.
The deck is strewn with stone.
Stop
There's
rubbing those.
chips, bits of wood, half-shattered sections of the vessel, but somehow, almost miraculously, nobody has died, nobody's dead, nobody's overboard anymore.
I'm clean now.
And the barge drifts away from Castle Wittgenstein.
Dumpling! We need a tea!
As she sticks her head out from the galley and says, "Yeah, are you sure you wanted tea? Oh, I was thinking a little bit of coffee. You know, get a bit of zazz, a little bit of cav.
Just tea, thank you.
Would you like to have yourself a really nice tea? What is used by...
Just
Are
tea!
you sure you just want tea?
Just tea!
You sure you just want tea?
Dumpling, just tea!
All right.
Birdie lets out a whistle to see if the dogs are okay.
One is, definitely, as he hops up onto the barge, the top of the deck, and comes snuffling over and starts biting your fingers.
Meat pie then.
His black fur covered with splinters of wood and bits of stone.
I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you.
And then he snuffles in. Looking back, you can see the green light cast over the Reik. You can see all the green landing in the Reik. You don't want to say this, but there's probably going to be quite a lot of mutation downriver at this point. The amount of warpstone dust that has just landed in the Reik here is extraordinary. And you can see the green light of Morr's Leap cast across the entirety of the River Reik itself. It's almost like and it makes your lip curl. It's almost like it's a prophecy of what's to come. And with that, we bring...
Wait, I hug Lucas.
More resplendent and green to an end.